of the Committee to Unleash Prosperity explains, quote, "We have way too much government growth and borrowing and too little private sector growth. In the first quarter of this year, the federal government borrowed $500 billion. Most of the new jobs in the economy were government dependent," end of quote. Worse yet, Biden claims that he's created jobs, which is actually COVID recovery. The New York spectacle continues of corrupt Judge Merchan persecuting Donald Trump as violent protesters demanding death to Jews take over the streets. Judge Merchan is corrupt in that he has conflict of interest. Judge Merchan is corrupt in that he has provided and denied a change of venue. Corrupt Judge Merchan has selective persecution. Selective Judge Merchan has concealed the witness list and confusing misdemeanors. Corrupt Judge Merchan has denied President Trump his First Amendment rights of free speech. As a former town judge myself, I especially know Merchan is corrupting the rule of law. Judge Merchan is a disgrace to the American people. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to one of Waco's longest-serving lawyers for over 7 decades. Clyde Vance Dunham was part of a venerable legal family in the Waco community who saw his career last for 7 decades and was part of a family law firm that dates almost back to 100 years. And I will tell you that Clyde Vance Dunham graduated from Baylor with his undergrad in business administration and Baylor Law School, and was proud to be a part of a law firm that included not only his sons, but also his grandchildren. He practiced law literally his entire adult life, and gained a reputation as one of the most skilled and most successful trial attorneys in the history of Central Texas. And also one of the things that Mr. Dunham did was mentor so many attorneys, just a countless number of attorneys in Central Texas and the Waco area, and his memory will live for a long time through those many attorneys. In addition to him being a very successful attorney, he held leadership positions in the Masonic Lodge of the Scottish Rite and so many other organizations. He is survived by his wife, his children, and his grandchildren. And as serious as a demeanor as Mr. Dunham had, he was first and foremost a family man, and I will never forget how proud he was at his granddaughter's wedding. With that, Madam Speaker, thank you, and I yield back my time.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and then to revise and extend that remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to remember a close family friend, Don Lieburn Jr. You know, he was 6'3" in stature, but he was a whole lot larger than that in life. He was a Georgia football player, played in the AFL, but he was also a highly successful business person. Not only in business, but he was also a person that gave back to his society, his community, serving on boards and foundations. You know, the last time I had dinner with Mr. Lieburn, he grumbled about the fact that his wife was making him eat healthy, and he was going to have to order off the healthy side of the menu. After he grumbled, he promptly ordered right. The reason I say that is because he dearly, dearly loved his family. A man that will be truly missed. Don Lieburn Jr., and a life well lived. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, in an effort to appease the MAGA wing of their party, Republicans are insisting on a $30 billion cut to SNAP benefits as part of the long overdue Farm Bill reauthorization. SNAP benefits put food on the table for over 40 million Americans every single day. Investing in SNAP improves health outcomes for participants, lowers health care costs, supports farmers who grow our food, and boosts our local economies. The provision Republicans are targeting for deep cuts has given SNAP recipients an extra $1.40 per person per day to afford nutritious food amid rising food costs. By preventing USDA from making scientifically based benefit updates in the future, Republicans are taking food away from children, seniors, vulnerable adults, and people with disabilities. It is a rotten thing to do. It is a stupid thing to do. And it means their bill has no chance of gaining the bipartisan support it would need to pass on the House floor. I beg my Republican colleagues, drop the partisan attack on SNAP and work with Democrats to advance a farm bill that supports our local farmers, continues investments in conservation efforts, and reduces hunger. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask the unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
It is with great pride that I congratulate the McAllen Public Library, a cornerstone of our community, on receiving the prestigious 2023 Achievement of Library Excellence Award for the 10th consecutive year. The library's commitment to enhancing literacy and providing educational opportunities is unparalleled. From hosting the annual South Texas Book Festival to offering essential coding classes and vibrant summer reading programs, our library ensures that the flame of knowledge burns bright across the RGV. This award recognizes past achievements and is a testament to the enduring impact our library has on enriching lives and fostering community growth. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Happy Teacher Appreciation Day. Happy Teacher Appreciation Week. Thank you for all that you do for our children, families, and our country. As a former educator, I know exactly the sacrifices you make each and every day. Shout out to Mr. Eldridge, Mr. Harrell, and my favorite teacher of all time, Ms. James, for making me the person I am today. And a huge shout out to Melissa Oppenheimer Bowman, my wife, who is a third grade teacher right now in the Bronx. We need to make sure we continue to support our teachers as they are educating the next generation of visionary humanitarian leaders for our country and for the world. Let's never leave our teachers behind, and let's always uplift public education. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, before there was a French street or a banyan tree, Lahaina was known as Lele. It was the home and final resting place of countless ali'i, serving as the capital of the Kingdom of Hawaii and including wahipana like Loko Moku Hi'nia and Moku'ula. Lele was often referred to as the Venice of the Pacific, with fish ponds, productive wetlands, and freshwater canals. Over the decades, the diversion of water removed almost all traces of this once fertile area. As we set out to rebuild, we must do so grounded in Lahaina's history and culture. Last week, I introduced the Lahaina Heritage Area Act to assess the future designation of the historic Maui town as a National Heritage Area. National Heritage Area designations support community-driven conservation and restoration efforts through recognition, federal funding, and technical assistance. Of the 62 heritage areas across the United States, none are in Hawaii. With support from colleagues on both sides of the aisle, I can think of no better way to lift up our community's desire to rebuild Pono than by making Lahaina Hawaii's first National Heritage Area. Mahalo, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, no matter if a task is great or small, finish it or not at all. The lesson here is that we should always complete what we start, no matter how challenging it may be. We should never give up. I learned this valuable lesson from Mr. Little in his woodshop class, and it still sticks with me today. Teachers share inspiring and life-changing lessons with their students every day. We all have a teacher who has taught us an important lesson that we still remember. Our favorite teachers take us beyond the textbook and teach us life lessons that we carry with us forever. On National Teachers Day, we pause to recognize our dedicated teachers who are making a difference. Teaching is a noble profession. Teachers have had a profound impact on doctors, lawyers, preachers, and yes, believe it or not, members of Congress. Madam Speaker, I give a special shout out today to all the teachers of Eastern North Carolina. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to celebrate National Teacher Appreciation Week. In particular, I want to recognize Ryan Berglund, who was just named Wake County's Teacher of the Year last night. A Sustainable Agriculture Academy teacher at Millbrook High School in Raleigh, Ryan didn't always plan to be a teacher. He was a professional welder and equipment fabricator, and today 64 of his students have become welders, leaving high school with the skills needed to succeed in the workforce. Madam Speaker, 1 week isn't enough to properly thank all of our country's outstanding educators for what they do every day. Let's keep fighting for better pay for teachers in North Carolina and across the country. Ryan wisely says, I always will put as much as possible as I can into it, but I need them to put in more than I am. And when they're doing that, you'll see true success. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1194 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 74, House Resolution 1194. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 6192 to amend the Energy Policy and Conservation Act to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing any new or amended energy conservation standard for a product that is not technologically feasible and economically justified and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Energy and Commerce, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 7109, to require a citizenship question on the decennial census, to require reporting on certain census statistics, and to modify apportionment of representatives to be based on United States citizens instead of all persons. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Accountability, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 3. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 109, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V United States Code of the rules submitted by the Securities and Exchange Commission relating to Staff Accounting Bulletin Number 121. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 4. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 2925 to amend the Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act of 1993 to provide for security of tenure for use of mining claims for ancillary activities and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute printed in House Report Number 118-416 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 30 minutes of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized for 1 hour.
Madam Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Last night, the Rules Committee met and produced a rule, H.Res. 1194, providing for the House's consideration of several pieces of legislation. The rule provides for H.R. 7109, the Equal Representation Act, to be considered under a closed rule. It provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Additionally, the rule also provides for H.J. Res. 109, a joint resolution associated with a rule submitted by the Securities and Exchange Commission relating to Staff Accounting Bulletin 121. H.J. Res. 109 would be considered under a closed rule, and it provides 1 hour of debate. Equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. The rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 6192, the Hands Off Our Home Appliances Act, to be considered under a structured rule. It also provides 1 hour of debate. Equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. And finally, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 2925, the Mining Regulatory Clarity Act of 2024, to be considered under a closed rule. It also provides 30 minutes of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying pieces of legislation, beginning with H.R. 7109, the Equal Representation Act. Madam Speaker, I'm glad this rule provides for consideration of this legislation, of which I'm a proud co-sponsor. The core premise of this legislation is simple. The census should be an accurate reflection of this country's citizenry. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, non-citizens comprise approximately 6.7% of the nation's 333 million people. Including non-citizens in the apportionment of congressional districts will directly impact representation in Congress. This, to me and most Americans, seems to be a way to take representatives away from red states and add them to blue states. To literally change the makeup of this body, diluting the influence and number of red districts and adding blue districts in their place. Under President Biden's watch, nearly 4.7 million illegal aliens have been released into the country, and more than 1.8 million known illegal alien gotaways have escaped into the United States. When added up, these numbers are larger than the population of 32 states. But this isn't simply a constitutional argument. This is a deliberate effort by Joe Biden and the Democrat machine in Washington. On day one of taking office, President Biden issued Executive Order 13986, requiring non-citizens to be counted in the census, both for the purposes of enumeration and determining congressional apportionment. This shouldn't be a partisan issue. Having an accurate count of U.S. citizens for the purpose of congressional representation should not be a partisan issue, yet here we are with two sides debating on the question of who should be counted. And this is a question firmly in Congress's purview. In Department of Commerce versus New York, following the Trump administration's attempt to reinstate a citizenship question on the decennial census, the Supreme Court made clear this decision is up to the Congress. And so I appreciate the leaders and the authors of this bill to ensure Congress is carrying out that responsibility. I hope this measure will have the full support of my colleagues. Moving on to the financial sector, as a member of the Financial Services Committee, I'm glad to see floor consideration of H.J. Res. 109. This legislation addresses an SEC action that bypassed proper rulemaking procedures. Rather than following the processes laid out by the Congressional Review Act and Administrative Procedures Act, the SEC relied erroneously on a staff accounting bulletin. You don't have to take our word for it. The SEC Commissioner Hester Pierce is on record having said, the staff accounting bulletin may not be the appropriate vehicle through which to make this accounting change. Beyond that, however, this rule brings more uncertainty into the crypto industry by going beyond clarifying how to account for digital assets. Indeed, this rule effectively requires banks and financial institutions to place digital assets on their balance sheets. This makes it unclear if customers' assets will be lost if the custodian becomes insolvent, and it also increases capital, liquidity, and other requirements for financial institutions in order to manage the risk associated with these assets that should never really be on their books. The digital assets ecosystem needs more clarity, not less. My colleagues and I on the Financial Services Committee have worked hard this Congress to provide clear rules of the road for digital asset innovation. This rule clearly does the opposite. The rule also provides for the consideration of H.R. 6192, the Hands Off Our Home Appliances Act. One thing we all have come to expect from this administration is the persistent attacks on American energy and consumer choice. This legislation is another attempt by our Republican majority to defend against the latest attack, as the focus of congressional Democrats has now turned inside every American's home. The Biden administration is now willing to reduce the affordability and reliability of everyday household appliances in pursuit of an out-of-touch, unrealistic, and unaffordable green agenda. Under the guise of increased efficiency, the administration has offered new rules on home appliances that will raise costs, thus making these household necessities less available, especially to people of modest means. This is at a time when homeowners are already spending 34% more on home appliances than they did less than 2 decades ago. So when Americans are struggling to pay for food under the crushing reality of Bidenflation, they now must also worry about affording the appliances they use to prepare it. Instead of relief, the administration offers more obstacles. That's why we need to pass H.R. 6192. And finally, the rule provides for H.R. 2925, the Mining Regulatory Clarity Act of 2024. Simply put, our country is blessed with a diverse array of abundant natural resources. We must be responsible stewards of these resources. But responsible stewardship does not mean abandoning the resources that we have. It does not mean making ourselves more reliant on other countries in the name of unrealistic agendas that are divorced from the national needs and our own national security. This bipartisan bill provides certainty where certainty is lacking and allows necessary projects to responsibly move forward. I look forward to consideration of all of these pieces of legislation and urge the passage of this rule. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentlewoman from Indiana for the customary 30 minutes. I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, today is a serious day, a serious moment for this institution. Apparently, according to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, House Republicans, we're gathered here today to discuss a very consequential question, a consequential issue facing the country, Madam Speaker. Home appliances, toasters, microwaves, refrigerators. Those are the topics, Madam Speaker, that House Republicans have chosen to waste this institution's time on. Of all the challenges facing the country, of all of the issues facing our community, apparently, their top priority is the so-called Hands-Off Home Appliances Act. Madam Speaker, you may recall that Republicans noticed a Rules Committee meeting on this very same bill just a few weeks ago. That bill was then hastily removed. We assumed, because our colleagues on the other side of the aisle were essentially shamed into pulling it from the agenda. They realized that a bill on home appliances probably doesn't meet the moment, considering all of the real crises that we have going on. But apparently that shame only lasted for a few weeks, because today's legislation, Hands-Off Home Appliances Act, is back apparently for round 2. And just to be clear, Madam Speaker, I know you're aware of this. This is a package deal. This isn't the only appliance bill that Republicans have noticed for this body to consider. The Liberty and Laundry Act, this is the real title of the bill that House Republicans would like this body to consider. The Refrigerator Freedom Act, the Clothes Dryers Reliability Act, the Affordable Air Conditioning Act, the Stop Unaffordable Dishwasher Standards Act. Those bills, I guess, didn't make the cut for this particular rules debate. I suppose we'll take those up next week. Madam Speaker, this House should be focused on addressing the consequential challenges of our time, not on political games, messaging bills. How far this body has fallen. The same august chamber where James Madison and Abraham Lincoln once served, now debasing itself, debating the fate of microwaves and toaster ovens, because that's how House Republicans have decided to spend their time and their majority. My colleagues, regrettably, unfortunately, are out of touch with the priorities of the American people. The American people expect, rightfully so, for this chamber to address the issues that they care about, not waste time on nonsense bills. And by the way, Madam Speaker, the rest of the measures that we'll consider today, unfortunately, are more of the same. H.R. 7109, the so-called Equal Representation Act, is plainly unconstitutional. Any plain reading of the Constitution in the 14th Amendment makes clear that this bill is unconstitutional. House Republicans pushing forward anyways. Another bill that we're considering today, yet another CRA, this time on apparently a bulletin that was issued by the Securities and Exchange Commission. I have lost count of how many days we've wasted in the last 17 months considering CRAs. Every week, another CRA submitted by our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. One would have hoped, Mr. Speaker, that House Republicans would have learned their lesson a year ago after wasting our time on CRAs for the lesser prairie chicken and the northern long-eared bat, that perhaps this House could focus its attention on more substantive matters. Unfortunately, that has not been the case. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the last bill that this body will consider this week, the Mining Regulatory Clarity Act. Of course, this bill is, I know, familiar to you, Mr. Speaker. It is to me, because we voted on a rule about this particular bill 7 days ago. Why is it back before us a week later? I'll tell you why. Republican leadership has lost control of the Rules Committee. They lost control months ago. Now they often lack a procedural majority here on the House floor. Last week, our colleague, Representative Ledger-Fernandez, introduced a motion to recommit. The motion to recommit was very simple. It pointed out the fact that the Republicans' mining bill would allow foreign adversarial nations to mine American land for free. What happened to that motion to recommit? It passed. 6 Republicans joined every Democrat in supporting that motion to recommit. Those familiar with Schoolhouse Rock would understand that that means the bill goes back to committee, the House Committee on Natural Resources, where I serve, Mr. Speaker, where you serve, so that we could work out the issues that this body on a bipartisan basis identified with this bill 7 days ago. Instead, House Republicans have brought the very same bill back to this body for its consideration without going to the Natural Resources Committee. I have no idea how the 6 Republicans who voted for the motion to recommit last week can possibly defend or rationalize a vote against the motion to recommit this week. I suppose we're going to find out. Mr. Speaker, there are better ways for this chamber to be spending its time. I'd implore the Speaker, I'd implore my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, let's get serious. Let's work together to address some of the consequential challenges that face our respective states, our country. And let's stop with these nonsense bills. I implore you. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I agree. It's ridiculous. We must consider legislation like the Hands Off Our Home Appliances Act. But that's the level of ridiculousness that the Democrat Party have forced us into with their out-of-touch woke agenda. The priorities of the American people are protecting their right to consumer choice, not to be policed in their own homes. Democrats are fighting for woke corporations. Republicans are fighting for the American people. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Indiana for yielding the time. With the ongoing migrant crisis in New York State, my district has sadly been on the front lines of Democrat policies that reward those that have broken our laws to come into this country illegally. With thousands of illegal immigrants now residing in hotels, shelters, and public facilities across my state, my constituents and other New Yorkers have seen what happens when their hard-earned tax dollars are spent on programs that enable a completely avoidable crisis. It's as if Governor Hochul and Mayor Adams put up a neon sign saying, "Come on in, New York's open for business." Illegal immigrants know that if they cross the border and ask to be sent to New York, they'll be fed, clothed, housed, and even given a debit card. We're looking at 500,000 illegals in New York alone, and nearly 10 million who have crossed our southern border to be released into the interior of the United States. Now, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want these non-citizens to be represented here in Congress. It's unconstitutional, and it's completely ridiculous. It's a threat to the very sovereignty of the United States of America. Democrats want to make citizenship mean nothing. A nation without borders is not a nation, especially when you allow anyone from any country to vote in our elections and be represented in our government. Now, thankfully, our courts have stopped reckless attempts to allow non-citizens to vote. But we need to ensure that Congress is representative of our citizens and our citizens alone. And that's what our nation's founders intended. And it's the only way to uphold the principles of our democracy. Allowing representation for non-citizens is also a slap in the face to every immigrant who went through the proper channels and came here legally, the right way, to search for the American dream. They respect our laws. They've sworn allegiance to the United States of America, and they deserve to be represented fairly here in Washington. I'm a proud co-sponsor of the Equal Representation Act before us today because it's time that we stop rewarding states like my home state of New York and California for their destructive sanctuary policies. With the absence of a citizenship requirement for apportionment in congressional districts, we have allowed a perverse incentive to take hold where Democrat-run sanctuary states are rewarded with greater representation in the halls of Congress and greater sway in the Electoral College simply by counting millions of illegal aliens who have broken our laws and taken advantage of these states' destructive policies. It sends the wrong message to the world about the value of citizenship and our respect for our own laws and our own government. Mr. Speaker, we are effectively allowing those who are not U.S. citizens to have a significant say in the future of U.S. elections. This is a wrong that, for the sake of the American people and our own sovereignty as a nation, must be corrected. It's simple. Allowing non-citizens to vote and be represented in Congress dilutes the voice of the American citizen and opens the door to manipulation and exploitation of our electoral system. I strongly support the Equal Representations Act and look forward to its consideration on the floor, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just two quick points. One, with respect to everything that my colleague from New York just articulated, this bill has nothing to do with non-citizens voting. Does not address that whatsoever. So I'm not sure what bill the gentleman from New York was talking about, but it's not the bill that this body is considering. Secondly, I would just say, with respect to the comments made by my friend from Indiana, I think she used the phrase woke agenda. Apparently, appliances are now woke, according to my colleagues. I don't know what a woke microwave or a woke refrigerator looks like, but that is the new target of House Republicans. So good to know. We're going to be spending hours on the floor this week debating the future of woke microwaves, the House Republican agenda coming to a home near you. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Ross.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. I rise in opposition to the bills under this rule, and in particular to the so-called Equal Representation Act. I filed an amendment to this bill with Representative Cleaver to ensure that the census not only fully counts the U.S. population, but that it counts it accurately. When the census occurs, incarcerated people are counted as residents of the towns where they are imprisoned, rather than the places they call home. This practice tends to reduce the populations in urban areas where most prisoners are from, and inflate the populations of rural areas where most prisons are located. Ultimately, prison gerrymandering creates a gross inequity of representation at the expense of urban areas and communities of color. The over 1 million incarcerated people in the United States are being used as pawns to falsely increase the voting power of areas that do not represent their interests. My amendment, which was blocked from reaching the floor, would have required the Census Bureau to count incarcerated people at their last place of residence. I urge my colleagues to reject the so-called Equal Representation Act and instead support efforts to end prison gerrymandering. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in response to my colleague on the other side of the aisle, this is just one piece of the Democrats' green agenda that's fast-tracking a path to all electric vehicles and appliances at a time when our grid can least afford it without any consideration for grid stability. This move to all EVs and electric appliances in our homes is not something that consumers are ready for. It's not something that consumers want. The American people want to have choice and affordability, and the actions of the Democrats on this issue are the opposite of that, and I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I would just simply say that insofar as my colleague from Indiana wants to have a debate about climate change or a debate about electric vehicles or renewable energy, I'm certainly open and welcome that debate, and I suspect it would be a robust one. That's not the debate that Republicans have initiated on the House floor. The debate this week is about freedom for refrigerators. Again, these are not bills that we conceived of. They're your bills. So the notion that, that this debate is focused or centered in on some of what the gentlewoman from Indiana described is just not consistent with the bills that are actually before the House. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to oppose the rule under debate and to oppose H.R. 7109, the so-called Equal Representation Act. This GOP bill is designed to fundamentally change who is included in the U.S. Census by undercounting especially our Hispano communities. Now, let me be clear. First of all and foremost, this bill violates the U.S. Constitution and the 14th Amendment and is designed specifically to dilute who counts in America. Quite literally, who counts, because the bill would stop millions of Americans from filling out the census. Now, let's not forget that Donald Trump tried to do this in the 2020 census, and the courts had to intervene. And you know what the Supreme Court found? That the arguments in support of that effort were not only flawed and contrived, but unconstitutional. That's right, this is not a partisan issue, as was said by the gentle lady across the aisle. This is a constitutional issue, and I brought a copy of the Constitution for my friends across the aisle to do some reading if they'd like to actually see what it says in the 14th Amendment. In fact, not only is this not a partisan issue, both Republican and Democratic former Census Bureau directors argued that the implementation of a citizenship question would lower response rates for especially our Hispanic communities. And a Harvard study showed that 6 million Hispanic Americans would remain unaccounted for. Undercounts would have devastating implications, not only for our electoral system, but the well-being of our families and communities, because federal aid, grants, and other funds in our states fundamentally are determined by the census. Things like maternal health grants, health care for our children, mental health services for our veterans. An undercount would result in dramatic underfunding in areas with large immigrant and Hispanic populations, like my home state of New Mexico, where more than 50% of the state identifies as Hispanic. New Mexico is a place where we already struggle, where we have the worst social, economic, and health outcomes in the country due to a history of underfunding and underrepresentation, which is why instead of attacking representation, we should be focused on barriers to representation. And that is why I filed an amendment in the Rules Committee to do just that. Now, unfortunately, my friends across the aisle in the Rules Committee ruled it out of order because not only are they not interested in improving the census, they're obsessed with determining who counts, With who's American? With who should have access to the American dream, including at the ballot box? Well, I want to say that is not the America that my ancestors immigrated to. That is not the America that our founding fathers formed and fought for. And that is not the America our people are asking us to fight for. And I urge you to read this document here, the U.S. Constitution. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Let me just unpack some of those arguments made against this bill. That H.R. 7109, the Equal Representation Act, will discourage immigrants from participating in the census. Revealing that an individual is not a citizen does not reveal if someone is in the country illegally. The individual could have lawful permanent residence. They could be a non-immigrant residing in the U.S. during an authorized period of stay. Moreover, the Census Bureau must follow strict rules of confidentiality and cannot disclose data tied to an individual respondent in the decennial census. It can only share aggregate information, not attributed to a particular person. Furthermore, even if respondents are reluctant to complete the census questionnaire, they would still likely be enumerated by the Census Bureau using other methods, such as a review of official records to determine that inhabitants of a particular address or by proxy information is reliable from a neighbor. Also, there was an argument that H.R. 7109 would skew the distribution of federal assistance away from states and localities. This argument is a red herring. H.R. 7109 makes absolutely no changes whatsoever to any laws implicating federal assistance. Non-citizens would still be counted in the decennial census. They would only be excluded from the congressional apportionment base. One other argument that has just been made is that H.R. 7109 fundamentally misunderstands how apportionment was designed by the framers of the Constitution. While Democrats may claim that Inwell versus Abbott, the Supreme Court decision requires the phrase whole number of persons in Section 2 of the 14th Amendment to be interpreted as any resident regardless of citizenship status, Section 5 of the 14th Amendment permits the use of implementing statutes for the 14th Amendment. It is this implementing statute, which H.R. 709 amends to explicitly exclude non-citizens from the apportionment base. Beyond that, the historical context surrounding the phrase whole number of persons was specifically chosen to make clear the drafters rejected counting individuals as partial persons. It does not in any way signify that any person taking up residence in a state must be counted for the purpose of apportionment, and certainly not that non-citizens must be included in the apportionment base. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to be clear, the argument made by my colleague from Indiana with respect to the last argument made, the supposed legal argument, is completely without merit. It contravenes the plain language of the 14th Amendment and generations of precedent. So the notion that somehow the arguments we are making to follow the plain text of the Constitution and the way in which the 14th Amendment has been construed for generations, that argument would not govern this particular debate, to me, just doesn't hold water. Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 12, a bill that would ensure every woman has full access to essential reproductive health care, including abortion care. Far too many states have enacted laws to either ban some or all abortions, which Republicans have declared numerous times is their goal. So while my Republican colleagues want to debate freedom and choice when it comes to household appliances, microwaves, I'll give them a chance here today to instead ensure freedom and choice in reproductive health care for women across this country. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of our amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, to discuss this proposal, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from California who has been a tireless leader on this issue among so many others. From California, Ms. Chu.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the legislation this body brings to the floor each week speaks volumes about our priorities. White House Democrats are defending our fundamental freedoms by fighting back against extreme MAGA Republican attacks on abortion care and fertility services like IVF. The majority believes that rather than protecting the rights of women in this country, It's essential that we protect the so-called rights of home appliances. The difference could not be starker. In a time of unrelenting attacks on reproductive rights, when 21 states have bans that either fully or partially ban abortion access, House Republicans have chosen to do nothing. They've chosen to pretend that women are not dying, that they are not being forced to carry unwanted pregnancies. They are doing nothing to protect IVF or birth control. Instead, they are bringing up a rule today to consider legislation to protect home appliances. It seems that House Republicans would like toasters and microwaves to have more rights than women in this country. If we defeat the previous question on this rule, my Democratic colleagues and I will offer my bill, the Women's Health Protection Act, or WIPA. WIPA is the federal solution to the extremist Supreme Court's decision to strike down Roe versus Wade. It will restore the right to everyone, no matter what state you live in, to receive abortion care. And in a world where doctors are being threatened with prison time for doing their jobs, it would protect the rights of providers to provide abortion care. This is the legislation the body should be considering today, not bills protecting blenders and coffee makers. I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from New Mexico and a respected member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you so very much. Mr. Speaker, we're here today because Republicans think appliances have more rights than people, because they think that creating and perpetuating nonsense culture war issues will win them votes. Today, we have a bill titled Hands Off Our Home Appliances Act. Republicans say it's government overreach to regulate appliances, but Republicans will regulate women's personal health care decisions. Republicans will protect appliances, but let women suffer and die from pregnancy complications. Republicans want freedom for refrigerators, but will take away a woman's freedom to choose an abortion based on her own faith in consultation with her own doctor and loved ones. Republicans will take away a woman's freedom to choose an abortion after rape or incest, but they'll go to bat for your gas stove. They care about freezers, but can't care less about affordable childcare. Instead of helping women with childcare costs, which would help families with high costs of living, Republicans would rather force these excess costs on consumers. Yesterday, I introduced an amendment to the rule from Representative Chu and myself, which changes the title of the bill to the Hands Off Our Bodies Act and strikes the text to replace it with the Women's Health Protection Act. 65% of Americans oppose the overturning of Roe v. Wade. They want us to protect women. However, this amendment didn't pass. This bill is part of a quartet of bills coming out of the Energy and Commerce Committee with titles like the Liberty and Laundry Act, the Refrigerator Freedom Act, Affordable Air Conditioning. These titles turn the cry for reproductive health care rights on their head. Not only are they insulting to women who are fighting for their rights, they are demeaning to women who will remember in November. Do they think their American women will vote Republican based on these misnamed appliance bills? Women are not so gullible. We will remember. We will remember that 184 House Republicans have co-sponsored bills that threaten IVF access nationwide. We will remember that Republican legislators are putting women's lives at risk when they criminalize abortion. They are robbing states of the health care they need as obstetricians and gynecologists are fleeing those repressive states. They are forcing women who undergo pregnancy complications to sit until they are near death in hospital parking lots. Women will remember that Democrats believe women can, should, and must make their own decisions about their bodies. Republicans think appliances have more rights than people. But I call on Republicans to prioritize women over appliances and reject this rule. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to just make note of a few things with regard to the Equal Representation Act. We've heard some comments from our Democrat colleagues that it's somehow unconstitutional. The court case referenced in Department of Commerce versus New York, the lower court dismissed the plaintiff's claims under the enumeration clause, permitted claims under the Administrative Procedures Act and due process clause. However, the Supreme Court upheld removing the citizenship question or requiring the citizenship question only on the claims under the Administrative Procedures Act and not on constitutional grounds, saying that it is Congress's responsibility to determine whether and how this should take place, and that is what we're doing here today in the Equal Representation Act by saying precisely that non-citizens should not count in congressional apportionment. And with that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Yeah, again, Mr. Speaker, this is not particularly complicated. Since 1790 and the first population tally done in the United States, citizens and non-citizens have been included. Never before has the 14th Amendment been construed as the way that the gentlewoman from Indiana proposes now. It is a radical view that is not supported by the plain text of the Constitution or the amendments thereof. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we are also here today to debate Republicans' terrible mining rule, which could open millions of acres to public lands to foreign-owned mining companies. I find it ridiculous that we are here today because just last week, this House voted in favor of my motion to recommit, and that motion to recommit said, let's send this back to committee. Let's send it back to committee to consider my amendment, which would have banned foreign adversaries like China from being able to take our public lands and resources for free. Unfortunately, almost every Republican said it's all right for Chinese corporations to mine our data for TikTok, but they said, no. We want them to be able to take our gold, our silver, our copper, our resources for free to China. Thankfully, 6 Republicans voted in favor of that MTR, but instead of going back to committee to consider it, we are back here again because the Rules Committee put the bill back on the floor without that amendment. So if you believe that American resources belong with American corporations, you should vote against this
Gentlewoman's time's expired.
And with that, I yield back.
Thank you.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on the Equal Representation Act. This bill would restore the one person, one vote principle in apportionment. Only citizens are eligible to vote for candidates for federal offices, including members of Congress and electors for President of the United States. However, under the current practice, non-citizens, including lawful permanent residents, non-immigrants, and even illegal aliens are wrongly included in a state's population for purposes of the apportionment calculation. Thus, states with higher proportions of non-citizens residing in that state are advantaged over states with a lower concentration of non-citizens. In the case of illegal aliens, the status quo is particularly concerning, as some states or major metropolitan areas within those states have declared themselves sanctuary jurisdictions, shielding illegal aliens from federal immigration law enforcement, with some even providing special services to the illegal alien population residing in those jurisdictions. Illegal aliens are incentivized to move to those jurisdictions who reside in that state on census day and who are enumerated in the census, would add to the state's population population for the purposes of apportionment. It is appropriate for Congress to direct the Census Bureau to collect one of the most fundamental data points regarding individuals residing in the United States, whether or not they are a citizen. Article 1 of the Constitution requires the census to do a population to be taken every 10 years. This is directed by law. The Supreme Court has explained that Congress is permitted by the Constitution to inquire about citizenship on this questionnaire, on the census. Adding citizenship question to the decennial census is an appropriate exercise of Article 1 authority over the census and is the responsibility of Congress. With that, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not to belabor the point, but when the gentlewoman from Indiana uses the phrase current practice, what she's referring to is the entirety of American history. Let me repeat that, Mr. Speaker. For hundreds of years, this is the way population counts have been done. That's why the current practice is consistent with the plain reading of the 14th Amendment, a plain reading of the Constitution, and hundreds of years of precedent. What House Republicans are proposing is a radical departure from it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd reserve, and we're prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to note that the founders never would have intended a U.S. president allowing 6.7 million illegal immigrants into the country, including terrorists and the drug cartels. I think that's probably not something that was envisioned by the founders. I am prepared to close as well.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today's rule is unfortunately a testament to the House Republican playbook since assuming the majority. Chaos, political theater, and infighting. This Republican-controlled House has passed the lowest number of laws for the first year of session in nearly 100 years. Safe to say, it is the least productive Congress in any of our lifetimes. House Republicans have been focused on other priorities: a baseless, politically motivated impeachment inquiry into the president that went nowhere, impeachment proceedings against the Secretary of Homeland Security, which were immediately dismissed by the Senate, the first time that the Senate has dismissed impeachment articles without trial after the reading. And now, microwaves, freedom for refrigerators, liberty for laundry. That's the focus of this House Republican majority. It makes sense that they would spend their time on such ridiculous legislative efforts given the chaos that they have engulfed this body into. Vacating of the Speaker 7 months ago, 7 rules that have failed on the House floor as Republicans engage in open rebellion against their own leadership. The American people are tired, Mr. Speaker, of the political stunts and the messaging bills. They're tired of the infighting. They want to see leadership. And that, Mr. Speaker, is exactly what they have seen through the leadership of Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries and a united House Democratic caucus. You'll recall, Mr. Speaker, House Democrats have rescued this failing House Republican majority at nearly every turn. It was House Democrats who ensured that the U.S. didn't default on its debt last year. House Democrats who kept the government funded. House Democrats who carried the votes on the NDAA. House Democrats who got the national security supplemental bill across the finish line and to the president's desk. At every opportunity, Mr. Speaker, House Democrats have used this chamber to stand against legislation that would hurt average Americans. And while House Republicans are busy fighting each other, House Democrats are fighting for the American people. And we will continue to do that each and every day. We implore our Republican colleagues to join us. One way they could do so is to oppose the previous question, the rule, and the underlying bills, and we implore them to do the same. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Colorado yields. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close and yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
We once again have before us today the opportunity to move legislation that could have a positive effect on the everyday lives of all Americans, whether that is pushing back on the overreach and the administrative uncertainty of this bureaucratic state or protecting the core functions of government agencies and protecting our very system of government. The choice we have before us in this rule is clear, and we must take action. H.R. 7109, the Equal Representation Act, ensures that the census count only U.S. citizens for congressional apportionment and presidential electors. This should not be a novel concept. It should just be a minimum standard. H.J. Res. 109 provides clarity in the digital asset sector, an area where the United States should be leading. Congress must provide clear rules of the road for digital asset innovators. In this, however, the rule proposed by the SEC does just the opposite. With respect to home appliances, I think we should all agree that less intrusion by the government is the answer here. This administration's reckless pursuit of its green agenda surely can stop in our kitchens, can it not? At a minimum, we shouldn't be making living in this country more unaffordable than it already is by this administration. H.R. 6192 is a step in the right direction. Regarding our natural resources, our country is blessed with a diverse array of abundant natural resources. We ought to use those resources responsibly. H.R. 2925, the Mining Regulatory Clarity Act, is responsible and worthy of our support. I look forward to moving these bills out of the House this week, and I ask my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman from Indiana yields. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair. My work here is done.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3354, ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1194, and adoption of House Resolution 1194 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion from the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3354, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 3354, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 220 North Hatcher Avenue in Percyville, Virginia, as the Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright Post Office Building.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 371, the nays are 28, with 3 recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1194, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 74, House Resolution 1194, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 6192 to amend the Energy Policy and Conservation Act to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing any new or amended energy conservation standard for a product that is not technologically feasible and economically justified, and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 7109 to require a citizenship question on the decennial census, to require reporting on certain census statistics, and to modify apportionment of representatives to be based on United States citizens instead of all persons, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 109, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Securities and Exchange Commission relating to Staff Accounting Bulletin Number 121, and providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 2925 to amend the Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act of 1993 to provide for security of tenure for use of mining claims for ancillary activities and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. minute remains. 1 minute. On this vote, the yeas are 204, the nays are 200. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
We ask for a recorded vote. Thank you.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 205, the nays are 199. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise? This mic isn't working.
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1204. Resolved that the following named
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The House will come to order. Please take your conversations off the floor. Pursuant to the order of the House of May 6, 2024, the unfinished business is the further consideration of the veto message of the President on the House Joint Resolution 98. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 98. Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the National Labor Relations Board relating to standard for determining joint employer status.
The question is, will the House reconsideration pass the joint resolution, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding? The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, Mr. Scott, on the Committee on Education and Workforce, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on the veto message on H.J. Res. 98.
Without objection.
I rise today in support of overriding President Biden's veto of H.J. Res. 98. A vote in favor of this resolution will nullify the Biden administration's attempt to redefine what it means to be a joint employer under the National Labor Relations Act. After receiving bipartisan support from both chambers, Congress sent H.J. Res. 98 to the President's desk, showing our broad disapproval of the new joint employer rule. Now, with President Biden's veto, the message from the administration is clear. Franchise businesses are not welcome partners in the Biden economy. In fact, the Biden administration wants to return to the harm done during the Obama-Biden administration when this rule was first in effect and cost the economy more than $30 billion and nearly 400,000 jobs on an annual basis for the 5-year period until President Trump, thankfully, reversed the rule. Of course, it also benefited the Democrats' favorite trial lawyers when lawsuits against franchise businesses increased by 93%. The joint employer rule overturns legal precedent that was in place from 1984 to 2015. It is a direct attack on the thousands of small businesses that make up the healthy and growing franchise sector. Currently, a business is considered an employer only if they exercise direct and immediate control over an employee's essential terms and conditions of employment. However, the new rule establishes that 2 or more businesses are joint employer relationships if one employer merely exercises indirect control over another company's employees. Under this standard, something as simple as a franchisor giving a franchisee a company handbook could be interpreted as exercising indirect control. Changing the definition of who controls a business creates confusion and threatens the independence of so many successful small business owners. Biden's rule will saddle franchisors with liability for independent franchise owners over which they do not have control. Inevitably, the result of this rule will be less growth, more lawsuits, and the functional transformation of business owners into middle managers. It's already very difficult to operate a small business today in Biden's America. The administration's response to the high inflation, low workforce participation, and high interest rates causing so much economic hardship from Bidenomics is to aggressively pursue an anti-employer, anti-worker, pro-union boss agenda. We must protect the model that is currently working for businesses and eliminate the threat of this new rule. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of overriding the President's veto of H.J. Res. 98. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Virginia for yielding time. I rise, I yield myself such time as I may consume. And I rise once again in strong opposition to H.J. Res. 98, the Congressional Review Act resolution to repeal the National Labor Relations Board's Joint Employer Rule, which the board finalized last October. Workers should be able to negotiate for higher pay, better benefits, and safer workplaces through their unions. But regrettably, this is not the case for millions of Americans, including janitors, housekeepers, cooks, and many others who are employed through subcontractors or temp agencies. In the rise of what's called the fissured workplace, where firms increasingly use overlapping arrangements of contracting, subcontract.
In order. Gentleman may continue.
Thank you. The rise of what's called the fissured workplace, where firms increasingly use overlapping arrangements of contracting, subcontracting, and temping, that has weakened workers' bargaining power and allowed large corporations to evade bargaining obligations and liabilities. For example, if an employer has a subcontract, if an employee of a subcontractor were to unionize, the subcontractor could be unable to actually bargain over pay, hours, workplace safety, and other issues. That's because the actual contract is with the prime contractor, who essentially sets the terms and conditions of employment for the employee, and the subcontractor is just administering the terms of that contract. Bargaining with the subcontractor becomes essentially useless because the subcontractor is paid based on assumed wages, and they don't have the ability to change those wages. The prime contractor needs to be at the table if they're going to negotiate wages at all. Additionally, by evading bargaining obligations, the prime contractor was actually setting some or all of the terms and conditions of work, can actually shift liability for unfair labor practices onto the subcontractor or temp agency. Mr. Speaker, the NLRB's new rule fixes the problem by ensuring that workers can negotiate with all entities who actually control the working conditions. This also protects small businesses from being held liable for labor violations that are a result of larger firms' actions. And this isn't about franchising. No franchisor has ever been found to be a joint employer under any of the various joint employer rules, including this one. H.J. Res. 98 would undermine workers' ability to exercise their rights and reinstate the deficient Trump-era rule that narrowed the joint employer standard. Under the Trump-era standard, employers who control the working conditions could easily evade their obligations to collectively bargain with employees. That would have the effect of reducing earnings for workers. According to the Economic Policy Institute, the Trump-era rule would reduce workers' hard-earned paychecks by about $1.3 billion. Conversely, the Biden joint employer rule is estimated to raise workers' earnings. And so we should not go backwards. The Biden-Harris administration's joint employer rule empowers workers and protects small businesses. So I applaud President Biden for his veto of H.J. Res. 98. So let's be clear. This is not about the joint employment rule. We already had that debate back in January. This is a debate about the Republican majority's inability to do basic arithmetic. Overriding the president's veto requires 2/3 or 290 members of the House. That's not going to happen. This thing only passed with 206 votes, nearly all of them from Republicans. So anybody that can count knows that the Republican majority does not have the votes to override the veto. So why are we taking this up? And that's because we're just a metaphor for the Republicans' failed agenda. Instead of taking time to do something constructive, we're taking precious floor time on this doomed override vote when we could be doing something better, like raising the minimum wage, or making workplaces safer and healthier, or ensuring women receive equal pay for equal work, or combating child labor, or establishing paid sick leave, or strengthening workers' abilities to organize and collectively bargaining. But that's not what we're doing. All that's happening now is what's happened during the whole 118th Congress. The House majority insists on splitting floor time on votes like this that have no chance of succeeding. So House Democrats believe we can do better. We remain focused on the priorities and others that lower costs and grow the middle class. That's what we ought to be focused on. So I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman, Mr. Scott from Virginia, reserved. Gentleman, Mr. Good from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is and always will be about labor unions. That's essentially what my friend from the Commonwealth of Virginia just said. But, we need to go back to pro-growth policies when real wages were growing for everyone, when unemployment was at record low for everyone, and there were millions of more Americans working during the Trump administration. Bidenomics, Bidenflation, none of that works. And this is a recession back into the past here. It's not going to work. And we're not responsible for what the Senate does, Mr. Speaker. We're not responsible for what the White House does. The Senate actually agreed with us on this on a bipartisan basis. The House did this on a bipartisan basis. And now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. James.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you to Mr. Good. I appreciate the opportunity to address my colleagues, you, Mr. Speaker. It's been said that government doesn't create jobs, but they sure know how to kill them. I agree with that. And listening to my colleagues here today, I have to restate, Mr. Speaker, that the American dream is worth fighting for. Franchises create the surest and shortest path for entrepreneurs, working people in my district and all across the country to achieve the American dream. And the reason we're here again is because we are giving our colleagues the opportunity to tell the American people that they will choose them and their American dream over the special interests and political selfishness that choosing their own best interests may lead. The right to collectively bargain was established by this body in 1935. And the right to work was enshrined in Michigan's Constitution just last year. But once again, the Biden administration has gone too far. Franchise businesses are the path out of situations for people in urban America, rural America, and everywhere in between. The Biden-led National Labor Relations Board resurrected a policy that, when imposed during the Obama administration, saw jobs lost and dreams crushed. The last rule saw 376,000 lost job opportunities in the franchise sector. It's also said what might happen, what could happen, what should happen. And then I heard fixing a problem. It sounds like people who have never had the chance to live under the rules they're creating are now creating organizations and structures that they won't have to live under. This is exactly the reason we were elected to come here to represent their interests, and not the interests here, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to President Biden's policies, we have inflation and regulation, not success and determination. My colleagues on this side of the aisle are willing to bet on America, are willing to bet on the entrepreneurial spirit, while also respecting the right to collectively bargain without burdensome regulations that we know stifle the American dream. The president's veto is clear. Mr. Speaker, while the president and the vice president go around the country saying they're friends of small business, their administration is literally putting policies in place that crush it. The only reason our colleagues would not vote to override this veto is because they're in lockstep with an administration prioritizing politics over people. They have the opportunity to vote along with us to overturn these harmful policies, to allow Americans to self-determine without threat to their right to collectively bargain. This is a clear opportunity to get this right. And I hope my colleagues on the other side will support our endeavor to do the right thing for the people in our districts who no doubt shed blood, sweat, tears, make their dream a reality. And as our president seeks to make the case to the American people, he should not assume that small business is the enemy. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to yield myself such time as they may consume. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we got to get some job numbers rather than just adjectives and everything on the table. Fact is that President Trump, during his 4 years, lost over 6 million jobs. But President Biden, so far, has created over 15 million. It's the longest period of time with the unemployment under 4% since the 1960s. And before you start excusing President Trump because of a pandemic, he had a pandemic for about 10 months. President Biden had a pandemic for 2 years. And so on this legislation, the president has vetoed it. I think it's be helpful just to read the president's message and why he vetoed the resolution. He said, I am returning herewith, without my approval, H.J. Res. 98, a resolution that would disapprove the National Labor Relations Board's rule entitled Standards for Determining Joint Employer Status. Since day one, my administration has fought to strengthen workers' right to organize and bargain for higher wages, better benefits, and safer working conditions. The NLRB's rule would prevent companies from evading their bargaining obligations or liability when they control a worker's working condition, even if they reserve such control or exercise it indirectly through a subcontractor or other intermediary. If multiple companies control the terms and conditions of employment, then the right to organize is rendered futile whenever the workers cannot bargain collectively with each of those employers. Without the NLRB's rule, companies could more easily avoid liability simply by manipulating their corporate structure, like hiding behind subcontractors or staffing agencies. By hampering the NLRB's efforts to promote the practice and procedure of collective bargaining, Republicans are siding with union-busting corporations over the needs of workers and their unions. I'm proud to be the most pro-union, pro-worker president in American history. I make no apologies for my administration protecting the right to organize and bargain collectively. Therefore, I am vetoing this resolution. Joseph R. Biden, Jr. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to hand it to my friend from Virginia. He is resilient, but he's got a tough job trying to defend the economic record of the current administration. You've got some 4 million people less working than were working when he became president. And everyone knows that under the previous administration, again, you had record low unemployment, record high labor participation. Now we've got a record low labor participation rate. You've got unemployment that was at record lows for everyone during the previous administration, real wage growth under the previous administration. Now you've got, what do you have? You've got 40-year high inflation. Inflation that was non-existent before this president got into office. You've got 20-year high interest rates, which is further crushing the American people. You've got our credit having been downgraded because of the reckless, excessive, wasteful, unprecedented spending, which will cause interest rates to go even higher. And you can't fool the American people. You can't tell them it's good when they know that it's bad. They're suffering at the grocery store. They're suffering when they pay the utility bill. They're suffering at the gas pump. They're suffering when they make the mortgage payment or when they make the rent payment. They're suffering when they're unable to afford to buy a home, especially for young people starting out. And this is all a direct result of bad policy from this president. And this is just one more example as he vetoes the will of the American people, reflected in a bipartisan manner by both houses of Congress, sending him legislation to overturn this rule, and yet he has vetoed it and is threatening or has forced us to try to overcome his veto today. Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Virginia is prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman's recognized.
I ask unanimous consent that letters from the in opposition to this resolution in support of the President's veto from SEIU, AFL-CIO, and the Teamsters, another from the Steelworkers, and another from dozens of labor and civil rights organizations be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to reiterate the credit rating that was threatened was a result of the Republicans threatening to default on our debt. That wasn't anything the Democrats had done. And again, I just reiterate, under Biden, over 15 million jobs created. Under Trump, over 6 million lost, and the longest period of time of unemployment, under 4% since the 1960s. I think that's a fairly easy record to defend. Mr. Speaker, in closing, Mr. Speaker, there's no reason to override the President's veto, and the votes aren't going to be there. Unfortunately, this is how they operated during the 118th Congress. This is going to be the least productive Congress in history. In contrast, under Democratic leadership last Congress, we delivered on significant results. We created millions of jobs. We reduced unemployment to record lows and have kept it under this administration, kept it under record lows. We've saved more than 1 million people's pensions under the Multi-Employer Pension Fund, and tens of thousands of businesses we helped because they were legally obligated to pay into those failing funds until the businesses went broke. We delivered historic funding for education. We improved child nutrition. We brought the number of uninsured Americans down to the lowest level ever. I think we can take credit for all of that by prioritizing wasting time on efforts like this. The Republican majority is failing to live up to the same standard that Democrats have lived up to. So again, Mr. Speaker, I commend the President for vetoing H.J. Res. 98 and protecting American workers. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this override effort and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My friend from Virginia said it himself. The unions are for this. The Teamsters, the Steelworkers, that's reason enough to oppose this. We talked about the credit being downgraded. Unprecedented in the country, twice to have our credit downgraded during this president's time in office. Job growth, the previous president had record job growth, a roaring economy until the pandemic hit. Under this president, of course, some of the jobs that were lost in the pandemic have been recovered, but not all of them. Again, we've got record low labor participation rate, meaning the percentage of those able-bodied working-age Americans who are working is at an all-time low. We don't count those individuals who aren't looking for work in the unemployment numbers. They don't count. So you've got an artificially low so-called unemployment rate because you've got record numbers of Americans on federal assistance. As we've stripped away all the work requirements for cash welfare, for food stamps, for housing assistance, and while we on this side measure success by how many people we get off of government assistance, the other side measures success by how many people they have on government assistance programs as they continue to try to grow the amount of people who are paid not to work, which further causes economic harm. We cannot just cut our spending on our way to prosperity again in this country. We've got to grow our way by going back to pro-growth policies. Mr. Speaker, in testimony before our committee on this issue, the president of the International Franchise Association said the rule would make franchisees merely employers of and/or co-employers with their franchisor. This will significantly diminish the value of the business that they have spent their entire careers building. We know his statement is true because we've seen this policy play out before. Years ago, when President Obama's NLRB advanced a similar rule, the International Franchise Association conducted a study on its impact. And research showed that the indirect control standard cost the industry, as my friend from Michigan said, as much as $33 billion annually, killed almost 400,000 jobs, and once again increased lawsuits against franchise businesses by 93%. The franchise model represents an opportunity to pursue the American dream. Congress must stand up for the 9 million franchise workers across the country and override President Biden's veto. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is, will the House, on reconsideration, pass the joint resolution, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding? Under the Constitution, the vote must be by the yeas and nays. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does a gentlelady from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous material in the record on H.R. 6192. Without objection. Pursuant to the House Resolution 1194 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 6192. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in Committee of the Whole. House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 6192, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend the Energy Policy and Conservation Act to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing any new or amended energy conservation standard for a product that is not technologically feasible and economically justified and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read at the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided control by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce for their respective designees. The gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Leskow, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone. Each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
The Biden administration has waged a war on American energy, and this war has made its way into Americans' homes. President Biden and the Department of Energy Secretary Granholm have sacrificed appliance affordability and reliability in their pursuit of a radical rush to green agenda. In the name of energy efficiency, the Biden administration has issued rules on home appliances that would drive up costs and make these popular products less reliable and available to the American families. The Biden administration's new rules do not save a significant amount of energy and are not cost-effective. The Biden administration's rules discourage the use of natural gas in favor of the electrification of appliances, regardless of the cost, reliability, or availability. Just look how they tried to ban gas stoves before my Save Our Gas Stoves legislation and public outcry dialed it back. House Republicans are leading to protect Americans from federal mandate that increase costs, fail to result in significant energy savings, and are not practical, and eliminate the performance features of product choices. My legislation, H.R. 6192, the Hands Off Our Home Appliances Act, fights back against the Biden administration's radical agenda and will preserve the affordability, availability, and quality of the household appliances Americans rely on every day. Enacted in 1975, the Energy Policy and Conservation Act, also called EPCA, provides specific criteria the Department of Energy must follow in order to propose a new appliance efficiency standard. It is supposed to result in a significant conservation of energy, be technologically feasible, and economically justified. The problem is that current law doesn't define the parameters for these criteria. So the Biden administration has ignored these critical consumer protections by proposing and finalizing standards that violate the statute. My bill will define how much energy or water has to be saved. My bill will define that any additional upfront cost to install a new appliance that has new mandated energy efficiency standards will be recuperated within a reasonable period of time. H.R. 6192 will protect affordability by requiring the Department of Energy to consider the full life cycle costs of appliances when determining if the new standard is economically justified. The bill requires a 3-year or less payback to the consumer and requires consideration of the cost for low-income households. No longer will the Biden administration be able to say a savings of 12 cents per month is economically justified, as they have done before. And no longer will they be able to have to hold on, will a customer have to hold on to their appliance for 8 to 10 or longer years just before they see any cost savings. The bill establishes a minimum threshold for energy or water savings that must be achieved before imposing new standards. The bill requires that any new standard must achieve at least a 10% reduction in energy or water usage. The bill prohibits the Secretary of Energy from banning products based on what type of fuel the product uses. So there can be no more natural gas bans. The bill requires that any new standard cannot affect the duty cycle, charging time, and runtime of the covered product or the lifespan of the products. You know, Americans want their appliances to work. The bill will allow the Department of Energy to amend or revoke prior standards if they don't save the consumers money and if the appliance doesn't work. Last week, I asked Secretary Granholm in committee some very basic questions about the Energy Policy and Conservation Act. I asked her, yes or no? Do you agree that appliance regulations should be technologically feasible? Secretary Granholm said yes. Yes or no? Do you agree that appliance regulations should not increase net cost for consumers? Secretary Granholm said yes. Yes or no? Do you agree that appliance regulations should save a significant amount of energy? Secretary Granholm said yes. I stated to her that efficiency mandates increase the upfront cost of appliances, which can really hurt low-income families and renters who do not have the luxury of waiting years for the energy savings to break even. So I asked her, yes or no? Do you agree that 3 years is a reasonable payback period for efficiency regulations? You know what? Secretary Granholm said she thought the payback should be done within 1 year. Thus, folks, Secretary Granholm is on record supporting every key element of my bill. In January of this year, the Fifth Circuit Court found that the Department of Energy has abused the law. In their opinion, they said Department of Energy failed to adequately consider appliance performance, substitution effects, and the ample record evidence that Department of Energy's conservation standards are causing Americans to use more energy and water rather than less. It's time to reform the Energy Policy and Conservation Act. Like our laws set speed limits to determine at what speed we are breaking the law, it is time to define what economically justified and technologically feasible mean. It is time to fight back against the radical agenda set by the Biden administration. It is time for our energy efficiency laws to actually save Americans money, actually save energy and water, and actually preserve Americans' consumer choice. I ask both Republicans and Democrats to support my bill, H.R. 6192, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose? The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 6192, legislation that should be titled the Republicans Raising Energy Bills on American Families Act, because that's exactly what this bill does. This bill is just the latest in the Republicans' polluter over people agenda that will drive up annual energy costs on hardworking American families. Now, this bill is a blatant attempt by House Republicans to derail the successful and effective energy conservation program. Energy efficiency standards save Americans money on their energy bills. They boost innovation by modernizing appliances for the future, and they reduce greenhouse gas pollution in our ongoing efforts to combat the climate crisis. American families, Mr. Speaker, are already saving up to $500 a year on utility bills thanks to the energy efficiency standards that are already in place. And the Biden administration has been busy with additional actions that will collectively save Americans $1 trillion over the next 30 years. $1 trillion. Setting energy efficiency standards is something that the Department of Energy is required by Congress to do. The Biden administration has been busy acting because the previous Trump administration refused to do its job and neglected to finalize 25 appliance efficiency standards. Now, H.R. 6192 takes an axe to energy conservation standards. It slows down the standard-setting process. It allows future administrations to revoke existing standards and ban states from setting their own conservation standards. If this bill were to become law, manufacturers will be faced with market uncertainty and a regulatory about-face every time the government changes hands. And that's problematic for future innovation, particularly considering that many of the efficiency standards finalized by the Department of Energy were reached through consensus recommendations made by appliance manufacturers and efficiency advocates. Now, the Department of Energy has a robust process for setting efficiency standards, and this process works. All standards must be economically justified and technologically feasible. And let me be clear, because we're likely to hear a lot of fear-mongering and misinformation today from my Republican colleagues. Energy efficiency standards are not bans, and they do not impact existing appliances in Americans' homes. This legislation is nothing more than an attempt to scare consumers so Republicans can protect their polluter friends. Now, instead of legislating on important pressing issues, Republicans today are pushing a bill that will increase energy prices for American families. This Republican Congress is the least productive of any Congress since the Great Depression. This bill is only being brought to the floor because Republicans can't assemble the votes to actually accomplish anything for the American people. And they talk about freedom for appliances, but refuse to consider any legislation that would give women freedom over their reproductive health. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation because it will raise energy costs on American families, it'll stifle American innovation, and it'll exacerbate the climate crisis. It's time that Republicans stop wasting our time on partisan messaging bills that have no chance of becoming law. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, who is the chair of the Energy Subcommittee.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of H.R. 6192, the Hands Off Our Home Appliances Act, and I want to thank Congresswoman Lesko for leading this effort and many others in this Congress. Throughout hearings in this Congress, the House Energy and Commerce Committee has heard countless times how the Biden administration's energy policy puts special interest over affordability and reliability for Americans. Through the Department of Energy's Appliance Standard Program, the Biden administration has abused their authority by setting aggressive standards on a variety of home appliances. Americans, don't be fooled about this. This effort by the Biden administration isn't about saving American consumers money. It's solely about ending Americans' use of natural gas, period. They started with gas stoves, and now they have announced plans to impose burdensome regulations that will raise the cost and reduce the performance of dishwashers, air conditioners, refrigerators, clothes washers, clothes dryers, and several other products that Americans rely on every day. This is part of their whole government approach to pursuing climate policy over all else. Secretary Granholm said in our DOE budget hearing just last week, quote, "We're obsessed with reducing the amount of energy Americans use," unquote. This administration hates fossil fuels and anything that uses fossil fuels. That's their solution to reduce emissions and preserve energy reliability. Instead of harnessing the abundant resources that we have in this country, they want to reduce the quality of life of Americans by telling them how to cook your food and wash your clothes, how much water you can use, and what type of car you can drive. Congresswoman Lesko's bill puts energy affordability and reliability ahead of the dark money climate lobby this administration is beholden to. This bill reforms the Department of Energy's appliance standard setting process to clarify the DOE's regulatory authority and prohibits new standards that are not cost effective or technologically feasible. Because of this administration's reckless spending and regulatory agenda, the cost of everything is increasing in the United States of America. The last thing they should be doing is making the home appliances that Americans rely on even more expensive. And I urge all my colleagues to support this common sense bill and thank Congresswoman Lesko for, again, leading this important issue, and I yield back.
Was the gentlewoman reserve?
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Florida, who's the ranking member of our Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, Ms. Castor.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Ranking Member Pallone for yielding the time. I rise in opposition to H.R. 6192, a Republican bill that will burden American families with higher costs. This is not a serious bill, Mr. Speaker, but it is emblematic of the least productive Congress in modern times. Rather than focus on improving the lives of our neighbors back home and lowering costs, MAGA extremists have been embroiled in shutdowns and showdowns, a tiresome soap opera. So they bring an unserious bill like this to distract from their dysfunction. I've heard members on the other side of the aisle make excuses for not getting anything done. They say this is a closely divided Congress. But you know, Mr. Speaker, that was true in the last Congress when the Democrats were in control, and we passed a host of important new laws that solved problems and cut costs for the folks we represent back home. We focused on bringing down the cost of living and putting more money back into the pockets of working families, like the PACT Act, that expands VA health care and benefits for veterans exposed to burn pits, Agent Orange, and other toxic substances to provide generations of veterans and their survivors with the care and the benefits that they've earned. About 4,000 veterans in my district alone have filed claims. We passed the American Rescue Plan to help America boost back and build the strongest economy in the world after the pandemic. We passed a historic infrastructure law that's rebuilding our roads and bridges, delivering clean water, cleaning up pollution, and expanding access to high-speed internet. We passed the Safer Communities Act. And we passed the very important Historic Inflation Reduction Act that truly is putting money back into the pockets of families back home. Remember, that's the law that capped insulin at $35 per month. I have 74,000 people in my district with diabetes, and thousands of my neighbors are saving about $440 per month. More people have affordable health insurance. Because of the tax credits in the Inflation Reduction Act. Over 100,000 of my neighbors will save about $520 in premiums this year under the ACA. That's the law that now allows Medicare to negotiate drug prices for the highest drugs. It caps out-of-pocket cost for our older neighbors who rely on Medicare. What a godsend. The IRA is also lowering the cost of energy and reducing pollution. It's unleashed a major clean energy manufacturing boom across America. Over 500 new clean energy projects all across the country. Well over 250,000 new jobs. The key to delivering all of these cost savings to the American people is putting people over politics. But instead, MAGA extremists keep America stuck in the politics of chaos all the time, where nothing gets done. So the GOP, what do? They default to another bill that helps the oil and gas industry. That's what this is all about. Because energy efficiency standards are popular. 3 out of 5 Americans support making them stronger. American families want innovative, efficient appliances. Why? Because they save money and they save energy. Take the refrigerator, for example. Compared to refrigerators of the 1970s, when the first efficiency standard was proposed, refrigerators today are cheaper up front, and they do a better job of keeping groceries cold. And they use about 75% less energy. And they save American families hundreds of dollars a year on their electricity bills, thanks to the innovation spurred by energy efficiency standards. The Department of Energy and the Biden administration have collaborated with industry to develop strong energy efficiency standards, as Congress already has directed. This means huge cost savings for American families, money back into their pockets at a time when they really need it. So I urge my colleagues to side with the people and their pocketbooks rather than politics or the polluter's best interest. Please vote no on this Republican bill, and let's get back to work. I yield back my time.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Yes.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from the state of Washington, the chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. Rogers.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in support of H.R. 6192, and I'd like to start off by thanking the sponsor, Mrs. Debbie Lesko of Arizona, and the members of the Energy and Commerce Committee for advancing this bill through regular order. The United States is blessed with tremendous natural resources. We have the cleanest oil and gas in the world, emissions-free nuclear, hydropower, and renewables. We also have the world's best workforce and an innovative spirit that has contributed to technological breakthroughs that have changed the world. For centuries, American innovation has led to new technologies that have improved people's lives, from the light bulb and the home refrigerator to air conditioning, the washing machine, and the dishwasher. These inventions are ingrained in modern life, and they were not the result of some aggressive government regulation or mandate, but of American ingenuity. Sadly, the Biden administration's war on American energy is now reaching inside Americans' homes. Through sue and settle agreements with radical environmental activists, the Department of Energy has reached backroom deals to impose new regulations on dozens of appliances that Americans rely on every single day. Last year, the Biden administration attempted to ban gas stoves. Thankfully, DOE changed course after bipartisan opposition and an overwhelming vote by Congress to reverse the ban. These new mandates are forcing people to spend more on less reliable options. And this comes at a time when Americans are already being crushed by rising costs thanks to Biden inflation. Continuing to double down on policies like this, the Biden administration is showing just how out of touch they are with the financial struggle the vast majority of Americans are feeling. Americans simply cannot afford President Biden's rush to green agenda. The bill led by Mrs. Lesko seeks to protect Americans from federal mandates that result in minimal energy savings while significantly driving up costs for consumers. It ensures that DOE is only...
I yield 30 more seconds.
It ensures that... recognized.
Thank you. Thank you. It ensures that DOE is only allowed to adopt efficiency regulations on home appliances that are cost-effective, technologically feasible, and save a significant amount of energy. This is going to benefit Americans across the country. It should be a bipartisan issue, and that's why I urge colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join in sending a strong message to the Biden administration. And I want to thank Mrs. Lesko for her hard work on the bill. I yield back.
This is gentlewoman reserve.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Michigan, who's the chair of the Democratic Policy and Communications Committee, Ms. Dingell.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to these partisan energy appliance bills. Time and time again in this Congress, Republicans have brought and continue to bring messaging bills, partisan messaging bills to the floor that are just meant to rile people up, get their base upset, while continuing to put off the work that the American people sent us here to do. Work together to really solve some of America's problems. H.R. 6192 isn't the first anti-efficiency bill we've seen on the House floor. My Republican colleagues are obstructing the work that we've been sent here to do. We got a lot of serious problems, like reducing the cost of prescription drugs, helping everybody have access to health care. The Hands Off Our Home Appliances Act, along with the other anti-efficiency bills out there, like very serious bills, liberty and laundry, refrigerator freedom, clothes dryer liberty, are just bills with names that get your attention, but all they do is delay and weaken popular energy efficiency programs, courting favors with the polluters. They unfortunately show that I have colleagues that don't want to save American consumers money on their energy bills. The party, they keep going to peddle these blatant lies that the Biden administration is going after Americans' household appliances. They are not. Nor did they try to take away our gas stoves last year. There's a lot of drama out there not based on truth. I have a brand new gas stove. Actually, it's a year old and I have yet to use it. That's how often we get to cook. But nobody's going to take it away from me, and I've bought it in the midst of that whole debate. Secretary Granholm has said she owns a gas stove, and nobody's going to take it away from her. Their fear-mongering is nothing more than political, I don't know what word I want to use because I love my friends, but it's designed to scare consumers and not based in fact. American people sent us here to work together in a bipartisan manner to find common sense solutions. Instead of working together to extend funding for the Affordable Connectivity Program that expires this month, that helps millions of Americans have access and afford broadband. We saw what happened during COVID when so many people didn't have access to internet. But instead of doing something that'll help everyday working Americans, we're focused on partisan messaging bills. Instead of working on the real issues facing the American people, we are choosing yet again to waste our time debating appliances. We need to stop playing games, and I urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation.
Does the gentleman reserve? Does the gentleman reserve? Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady from Arizona for yielding the time. I rise in support of H.R. 6192, the Hands Off Our Appliances Act, of which I am a proud co-sponsor. President Biden's tenure in office has been largely defined by this administration's self-inflicted crises, including an energy crisis that has crept its way into the homes of American families. The Biden administration's war on American energy has not only led to higher prices at the pump, but now families' home appliances are on the chopping block. Yes, they're home appliances. Under the guise of energy efficiency, the Department of Energy has issued burdensome standards on household appliances that would drive up costs, reduce availability in these in-demand products, and we don't even know if they work. I cannot fathom why the federal government would tilt the scales of what appliances Americans should and should not buy. That should be a free market decision. Common sense tells us demand should be consumer and market driven, not government manufactured. But nonetheless, in this administration's pursuit of a radical rush to Green New Deal agenda, common sense has taken a back seat. H.R. 6192 will preserve the affordability, availability, and quality of household appliances and protect Americans from federal standards that increase costs, fail to result in significant energy savings, and are not practical. When I came to Congress, never in my wildest imagination would I have thought that I would stand here on the House floor to defend my constituents' appliances and gas stoves. But this is where we are under this administration. And with that, I'll yield back.
Is the gentlewoman reserve?
I reserve.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield 1 minute now to our Democratic leader, Mr. Jeffries of New York.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the distinguished gentleman from the great state of New Jersey for yielding and for his tremendous leadership. The House of Representatives, of course, is the institution the framers designed to be the closest to the American people, the first institution mentioned in the United States Constitution, the People's House, the place where President Abraham Lincoln declared that America is the last best hope of Earth, the place where FDR made clear the importance of defending democracy against the tyranny of Nazi fascism. It's the place where President Lyndon Baines Johnson talked about the importance of the Voting Rights Act and made clear to America that we shall overcome. The House of Representatives is a special place. And so earlier today, I was told you need to get to the House floor to deal with the signature piece of legislation from the extreme MAGA Republicans in this 118th Congress. And so I wondered to myself, is it going to be about inflation, lower costs, housing affordability, public safety, dealing with the challenges at the border, Social Security, Medicare? What is it going to be about? And it turns out the signature piece of legislation for the extreme MAGA Republicans this week, this month, this year is Hands Off Our Home Appliances Act. This is what we are dealing with on this magical House floor with all of the challenges that the American people are confronting. Liberty for laundry, defending the dignity of dishwashers, fighting for freedom of refrigerators. This is what we're doing? Can't make it up. You can't make it up. As House Democrats, we are going to defend democracy. Extreme MAGA Republicans working on defending the dignity of dishwashers. As House Democrats, we are going to protect and strengthen Social Security. Extreme MAGA Republicans apparently interested in protecting gas stoves against phony accusations of oppression. House Democrats are going to defend reproductive freedom. Extreme MAGA Republicans focused on the freedom for refrigerators. We believe in a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions. Period. Full stop. In women's health care, in protecting the women of America against extreme MAGA Republican overreach. And instead of leaning into the protection of reproductive freedom, instead of trying to strengthen Social Security and Medicare, you want to criminalize abortion care. You want to impose a nationwide ban. And then waste time on the House floor as it relates to the liberty of laundry. You can't make this up. And so I just urge my Republican colleagues to partner with us. If you want to push back against overreach, push back against the pro-Putin extreme overreach on your side of the aisle that doesn't want to defend democracy and freedom here and abroad. It's undermining it. And we extend the hand of partnership, as we've repeatedly done, to solve real problems for the American people. But those problems have nothing to do with the dignity of dishwashers, the freedom of refrigerators, or the liberty of laundry. Let's get back to doing the real business of the American people. Vote no against this legislation.
Does the gentleman reserve? Yes. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding and for her leadership on this legislation. Over the past 3 years, the Biden administration has fought to enact a far-left energy agenda that stifles innovation, raises prices, and halts economic growth. Burdensome regulations that fail to decrease energy usage and cost consumers more to buy appliances should not be enacted. This legislation would put a stop to the Department of Energy's continued crackdown on American-made appliances and implement minimal thresholds for energy or water savings that would need to be met before any new regulations could be created. The Biden administration's war on energy is reaching into the American home, and it is closing the door to your refrigerator. It is draining your dishwasher. And ultimately, it would cost the American families more money. Further, this bill would ensure that the Secretary of Energy cannot unilaterally ban products because of the type of the fuel that they use. In order to lower prices and to protect our energy independence, it is vital that we continue to utilize the energy resources like natural gas that is underneath the feet of my constituents in Pennsylvania. I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in supporting this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Does the gentlewoman reserve?
I reserve.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Texas, a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. Fletcher.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Pallone. I rise in opposition to H.R. 6192, the Hands Off Our Home Appliances Act. With everything going on in our world and in our country today, I, like Leader Jeffries, am disappointed that the precious time we have on this House floor to move legislation is dedicated to unnecessary, unhelpful, and unasked for bills about home appliances. Rights for refrigerators, liberty for laundry, dignity for dishwashers. How about instead we turn our attention to the liberty and rights and dignity of women in America? In my home state of Texas and across the country, women's rights to make their own decisions about their bodies, their families, and their futures are being stripped away by state legislatures and local governments. Why is it that this majority does nothing for them? For example, as states ban abortion and limit access to reproductive health care, more and more Americans have been forced to travel, sometimes long distances, oftentimes to other states, to get the reproductive health care that they need. In response to the exercise of this constitutional right to travel, one of the chief privileges and immunities for citizens in the Constitution, lawmakers are trying to take this right away too. Multiple cities in Texas have enacted ordinances to prohibit anyone from traveling on their roads or through their towns if the purpose is to get somewhere else to get an abortion. In Alabama, the Attorney General wants to prosecute groups that help women obtain abortions out of state. And just last week, a man in Texas took legal action to investigate his former partner who had traveled to a state where abortion is legal. These things are happening in the United States today, as we sit here today. This unconstitutional interference with our rights and our liberty and our dignity is what this body should be considering. That is what this body should be concerned about. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would strike the current bill text and replace it with the text of my bill, H.R. 782, the Ensuring Women's Right to Reproductive Freedom Act. This amendment reaffirms the fundamental constitutional right to travel across state lines for the purpose of obtaining reproductive health care, as well as for health care providers providing care to out-of-state residents and those assisting people traveling for this purpose. At the end of the debate, I will insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to go over some of the things that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have accused of this bill of mine. First, Mr. Pallone, who I respect, said this bill will raise energy bills. Absolutely not. In fact, if you read the bill, it says, it couldn't be clearer because the text states the Secretary cannot issue a new standard if the energy efficiency standard results in additional cost to consumers. It's very clear. In fact, the whole goal of this bill is to save consumers money and also make sure that their appliances actually work. My fellow colleague, Representative Castor, she said, we need to side with the people. Well, that's exactly what my bill does, and I'll tell you why. Let me give you some examples of what our current Department of Energy is doing and why this isn't a waste of time to be talking about, because this is for the people. This is for every household in America who has to pay more money because of these crazy Department of Energy regulations. Let me give you some examples. For clothes washers, the Department of Energy estimates that its standard could save as little as $9 for certain models over the average lifetime for the appliance, which is estimated to be 13.4 years. $9 over 13.4 years. Wow. For dishwashers, the Department of Energy under Biden own analysis finds that efficiency mandates could increase the upfront cost by 28%, and it could take consumers 12 years to pay back the increased costs on a product that may only last 7 to 12 years. My bill is for the people. Here's another DOE rule under the Biden administration. For refrigerators and freezers, Department of Energy's own analysis finds that efficiency mandates could increase the upfront cost to replace that refrigerator or freezer by 25%. And it could take consumers 10 years to pay back the increased cost for a product that may only last 14 to 15 years. Here's another example. For air conditioners, Department of Energy's own analysis finds that efficiency mandates could increase the upfront cost by 30%, and it could take consumers 4 years to pay back the increased cost for a product that may only last 9 years. Here's another one. For clothes dryers, Biden's Department of Energy's own analysis, I'm talking about their analysis, not mine, shows that it would take between 6 years and 46 years to pay back the increased cost depending on the type of dryer and the product features. The payback periods for many of these appliances are uneconomical. For example, the payback periods for Department of Energy under Biden's proposed clothes dryer standards are 6 years for electric, 18 years for electric compact, 20 years for vented electric compact, 5 years for vented gas, 11 years for ventless electric compact, and 46 years for ventless electric combination washer dryer. So with all due respect to my Democratic colleagues who say this is a waste of time, we're wasting time, we should be talking about all of their priorities. No. Republicans are here. We are standing up for the average, common sense, everyday American who can't afford groceries anymore, let alone these crazy radical standards that the Biden administration is pushing through that will increase their costs. That's why I'm doing this bill. We want appliances that not only work, but we don't want to bankrupt the American people with all these crazy radical Biden rush to green energy policies. Mr. Chair, I reserve my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Pallone, for your leadership. And Mr. Chair, I rise today to urge my colleagues to oppose the House Republicans' ridiculous Hands Off Our Appliances Act, which would strip away common sense energy efficiency standards that will save our constituents hundreds of dollars every year on their utility bills and save $1 trillion and cut greenhouse gas pollution by over 2.5 billion metric tons over the next 30 years. But House Republicans want to put polluters over people by stoking fear that someone is coming after their household appliances. Newsflash. No one is coming after anyone's household appliances. And we should be focused on the issues that the American people want us to focus on. And indeed, none of my constituents, nor a majority of the American people, are clamoring for Congress to protect their household appliances. You know what they are clamoring for? They're clamoring for Congress to do something about the fact that they have lost reproductive freedom and the ability of to make healthcare decisions without interference from politicians since the Supreme Court gutted Roe versus Wade. And now over 40% of women of reproductive age live in a state with an abortion ban or extreme restrictions. They want us to do something about the fact that barriers to their exercise of the right to vote have been put in place since the Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act. They want us to do something about the fact that the impact of climate change, sea level rise, increased temperatures, major storms increasing, pollution over their health is having an impact on their health, their businesses, their communities, and even our military readiness, as we heard from the Secretary of the Navy last week. Democrats are fighting to put people over politics and address these issues that actually matter to the American people. I urge my Republican colleagues to do the same, vote no on this bill, and let's get back to work.
Is the gentleman reserved? Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleagues keep saying, do something that the people really care about. This is something that the American people really care about. Let me show you a Wall Street Journal article from today. It's from today. It's titled, "Biden is Coming for Your Air Conditioner." And it says, your next new home air conditioner could set you back $12,000 or more, with federal regulators contributing to the rising cost of staying cool. I'm from Arizona. We need air conditioners. People are just trying to get by right now because of the inflation under Biden. Biden's economics, Bidenomics as he calls it, is costing people money. The Energy Department in January 2023 issued a new efficiency standard for residential air conditioning systems. It necessitated a major redesign that increased costs by $1,000 to $1,500 per air conditioner. It isn't clear that consumers will ever earn back in long-term energy savings the steeper upfront costs they're paying. Next up is an Environmental Protection Agency regulation scheduled to take effect in 2025. It will require air conditioning equipment makers to use new refrigerants deemed sufficiently climate-friendly. The only refrigerants being used by manufacturers that meet the EPA's new green standards are classified as mildly flammable. Manufacturers in earnings conference calls have estimated that the price of compliant equipment will increase the price of the air conditioner at least 10%. The switch to flammable systems will also require additional technician training and extra installation steps that are likely to increase labor costs for installations and repairs. I wish that I didn't have to sponsor this bill. I mean, if you asked me a number of years ago, would I sponsor this? I would have thought it wasn't necessary. But under the Biden administration, they've just gone crazy. They have this radical, I don't know if radical environmentalists are bending the ear of President Biden or what is going on. Because as I have demonstrated, this isn't helping Americans. This is a radical agenda that is increasing the prices on everyday Americans, and we can't afford it. And that's why this bill is necessary. And with that, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Republicans have spent the last year and a half attacking all the Biden administration's efforts to lower energy costs for American consumers. Rebates for energy-efficient appliances to lower energy bills, Republicans are furious. Incentives to spur investment in clean energy to drive down bills, Republicans attack that. Efforts to use the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to lower gas prices for Americans, Republicans were incensed. So forgive me, Mr. Chairman, but I just find it all too much, especially because not a single colleague of mine on the other side of the aisle has made as much as a peep since the Federal Trade Commission last week revealed that the CEO of the largest American independent producer of crude oil was colluding with OPEC to keep oil prices high. And that's the real scandal, Mr. Chairman. The CEO of an American company working together with representatives of the Saudi government to raise prices for Americans. Even worse, he tried to persuade his competitors to do the same and drive the price of crude oil up to $200 per barrel in a display of naked greed. So if my Republican colleagues were serious about wanting to lower energy costs for Americans, they'd hold hearings. They're in charge. They're in the majority. They should hold hearings and put legislation on the floor to deal with this scandal instead of standing here debating the freedom of appliances. So, Mr. Chairman, Republicans claim they want to lower energy costs, but their actions speak louder than their words. They're beyond furious if you try to use technology to lower the energy consumption of household appliances and save Americans money. But a big oil CEO colluding with OPEC nations to pick American pockets, you'd be hard-pressed to get Republicans to care about that. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you again. I reserve. I seek time, as much time as I may consume to close, Mr. Chairman.
Is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to call out the problems that I've heard on the floor today from the other side of the aisle. Republicans have claimed that they care about energy costs. They keep saying over and over again, we care about energy costs. But their actions and their votes show that that's just not true. The Biden administration's efficiency standards are estimated to save consumers $1 trillion over 30 years. That's $1 trillion. Water heater standards will save American households $7.6 billion. Refrigerator standards will save Americans $36 billion. And clothes washer and dryer standards will save Americans a combined $39 billion. But the bottom line is Republicans don't want Americans to realize those savings. They want Americans to be stuck with older, energy-guzzling appliances that cost more money every time you turn them on. I think it's ridiculous, and so should everyone else in this chamber. Republicans claim they're concerned about the higher upfront cost of these appliances. But 2 years ago, when the Inflation Reduction Act, which contained $9 billion in rebates and other investments in lowering the cost of energy-efficient appliances, Well, Republicans all voted no, every one of them. So let's review. The Republicans don't want to make positive economic investments because they're concerned about the upfront cost. But then they also refuse to take action to lower those upfront costs. And if you brought this mentality to the private sector, you'd probably be fired in a heartbeat. But that's the orthodoxy in today's Republican Party. Lowering energy costs for consumers via efficiency gains used to be a bipartisan issue. These efficiency standards and the process for achieving them have been around for 50 years, and every so often we have the Department of Energy under both Democrats and Republicans coming forward with efficiency standards. And we made real progress on this in 1992 and again in 2005. But somewhere along the way, Republicans decided to become the party of higher energy costs rather than the ones fighting for the American homeowners. And it's a real shame. And so I urge my colleagues, vote against this bill. This bill is going to raise energy costs. This bill is going to stifle innovation. This bill is going to do nothing, obviously, to address the climate crisis. And it's just going nowhere, but wasting our time when we could be doing more things that are more important in addressing affordability for the American people. So I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sometimes I feel like it's deja vu. I remember standing here and talking about my Save Our Gas Stoves bill, and my Democratic colleagues, not all of them, because some of them voted with me on my bill, said the same arguments. This is a waste of time. We're not banning stoves. The Americans don't care about this. Well, guess what? That bill passed the U.S. House of Representatives with bipartisan support. And then, guess what? It worked. Because the Department of Energy dialed it back. Originally, according to their own analysis, they were going to effectively ban 96% of all the current models of gas stoves. Now it's only 3%. We won. The American people won. That's why I'm doing this bill. And when my friend, Mr. Pallone, says, well, these energy efficiency standards will save all kinds of money. What he's not saying is all of the money that is going to cost extra up front for these new revised standard, and that's if the thing even works well. So let me remind my colleagues what this bill actually does and why it's needed. It's a common sense bill. It will protect affordability by requiring the Department of Energy to consider the full life cycle cost of appliances when determining if the new standard is economically justified. The bill requires a 3-year payback. Secretary of Energy said, oh, it should only be 1 year, so there shouldn't be any problems with my bill. The bill establishes minimum thresholds for energy or water savings that must be achieved before imposing new standards. My Democratic colleagues say they want to save energy and water. So do I. So let's put it in the bill. Let's say, okay, it has to save 10%. The bill prohibits the Secretary of Energy from banning products based on what type of fuel the product uses, just like they were trying to do with the gas stoves. The bill requires that any new standard cannot affect the duty cycle, charging time, and run time of the covered product or the lifespan of the product. You know why? Because Americans want their new appliances when they buy them. They want them to work as good as the ones that they have now. The bill will allow the Department of Energy to amend or revoke prior standards if they don't save consumers money and they don't work. This is a common sense bill. This should be a bipartisan bill. I don't know why my Democrat colleagues are fighting it so hard. Because it says it has to save the consumers money. It's all about helping the American homeowner who is struggling with Bidenomics right now. I'm telling you, people in my district, they complain about the prices of groceries. They're complaining about the price of gas. When their air conditioner, when their water heater, when their dishwasher starts to fail and they got to buy a new one, they don't want to pay a whole bunch more. And they want it to work as well as their current one has done for years. That's the purpose of my bill. That's why I asked my Democratic colleagues and my Republican colleagues to support my bill, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. All time for the general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered amended under the 5-minute rule. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Energy and Commerce printed in the bill shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose for further amendment and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in the House Report 118-487. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by the member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and the opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to the demand of the division of the question. It is now in order for Amendment Number 1, printed in House Report 118-487. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 118-487, offered by Mr. Tony Gonzalez of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1194, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my amendment. I grew up in rural Texas. This amendment is simple. It ensures that whenever the Biden administration proposes or amends an energy conservation standard, the needs of rural communities are taken into consideration. For too long, the needs of people in rural communities, including those I represent in South and West Texas, have been ignored in order to support the left's rush to green agenda. In my district, many people rely on gas-powered appliances to cook their meals, maintain their lawn care, and power and heat their homes in times of electric failures. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Reserve. I'm sorry.
The gentleman reserves. What purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. First, as I've already said, the Department of Energy must already ensure that energy conservation standards are economically justified. So this amendment is totally unnecessary. Instead of being helpful, this amendment adds duplicative processes to a bill that already adds burdensome steps to the energy conservation program. It's all just messaging and designed to slow down rulemaking. Also, it's interesting to me that we're even considering this amendment. The gentleman seems very confident that there will be any new or amended energy conservations. But under this bill, I'm not even sure that we'll ever see any new standards. And with that, I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Does the gentleman have additional speakers? No, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield. I'm ready to close.
The gentleman is recognized. The
I
gentleman
yield
yields
the
back,
balance
yes.
of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in House Report 118-487. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise as the designee of the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizenga, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in House Report number 118-487, offered by Mr. Stube of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1194, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stevie, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of an amendment originally sponsored by Congressman Huizenga that requires the Secretary of Energy to disclose certain stakeholder meetings with any entity that meets the following criteria. First, the entity must have ties to the People's Republic of China or the Chinese Communist Party. Second, it must have produced studies regarding or has advocated for policies to limit, restrict, or ban the use of any type of energy. And third, the entity must have applied for or received federal funds. In June of last year, nearly the same amendment was offered to Save Our Gas Stove Act, and it passed by a voice vote, because this is a solid policy prescription for a serious problem. And the problem is that China-connected groups seem to have a fast pass access to the White House and our federal agencies. The entities I'm concerned with are not only tied to the Chinese Communist Party, but they are peddling anti-energy policies that raise costs on American families and businesses, like gas stove bans. In addition to access, they often receive your tax dollars as well in the form of grant funding. Unfortunately, the Biden administration has not been transparent about who it is meeting with, let alone their plans to ban gas-powered appliances. Last year, a government watchdog group revealed a private meeting between the Secretary of Energy and one of these types of groups. We've since found that this has not been an uncommon practice. Over the past few years, we've faced a litany of burdensome regulations from the Biden administration targeting appliances. As the underlying bill reflects, it's not just gas stoves, it's your washer, your dryer, your dishwasher, and much more. We have a major problem if groups with known connections to China are able to successfully influence the executive branch in ways that undermine cost-effective appliance options that meet Americans' daily needs. This amendment would inject critical transparency, curb the influence of these CCP-connected groups, and responsibility exposed to America, who has the ear of our regulators. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Does any member seek time in opposition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Is recognized.
Thank you. The amendment amends the Energy Policy and Conservation Act with vague language that would likely be impossible to implement. Additionally, this amendment is clearly designed to target environmental and clean energy groups. If this amendment is adopted, and my colleagues to recognize that this amendment is pure Republican messaging and would hinder climate action, and I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment. And I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman is recognized.
This bill would provide transparency to who the department is meeting with and who is influencing their decisions, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 3, printed in House Report 118-487. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in House Report number 118-487, offered by Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1194, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I offer this amendment with Representative Hudson and Representative Balderson to stop the wrong-headed rule that the Department of Energy finalized, which threatens the use of grain-oriented electric steel in our distribution transformers. I'd like to recognize my friend from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce, for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. What Biden administration bureaucrats fail to realize is that poorly designed rules made here in Washington can have devastating consequences for Pennsylvania communities. From South Central and Southwestern Pennsylvania, from Gettysburg to Johnstown, from Altoona to Bedford, from Chambersburg to Lewistown, this impact will be felt. This rule from the Department of Energy would only serve to worsen the crippling shortages of transformers already faced by American manufacturers. Just recently, I spoke to a business in Pennsylvania that had been forced to wait 18 months for transformers to open their new business. These shortages are leading to costly delays that ultimately cost jobs, cost livelihood, and cost the American public. I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield the balance of my time.
Does the gentleman reserve?
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized. Purpose does the gentleman wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Apparently, Republicans don't realize that sometimes things can be a win-win. Back in April, the Department of Energy finalized efficiency standards for distribution transformers, critical components for the electric grid. Because they're so ubiquitous, any improvements in efficiency from these transformers can translate to massive energy and cost savings. Before the Department of Energy finalized the standard, it spent 15 months listening to everyone from steel and transformer manufacturers to utilities to home builders to everyday Americans and everyone in between. And the Department of Energy took that feedback very seriously and produced a standard that met the criteria under the Energy Policy and Conservation Act, technologically feasible and economically justified, and the final product they put out worked out for everyone. But don't take my word for it. Take the word of the UAW Local 3303, which says that this final rule, and I quote, ensures a viable pathway for UAW-made steel to supply the transformer market long into the future, unquote. Or you can take the United Auto Workers Region 9's director, who thanked the Department of Energy, and I quote, for listening to the voices of our members in Butler, Pennsylvania, and having a willingness to learn from our subject matter experts who actually make these products, unquote. And you don't have to just listen to labor leaders on this either. Listen to Cleveland-Cliffs, the manufacturer of the electrical steel that goes into transformers. They praised the rule and said they expect it to actually increase demand for their product, opening the possibility of future investments and plant expansion. Or the president of the National Electrical Manufacturers Association, who thanked the Department of Energy for the flexibility that the final rule provided. Or the utilities, who say that this final rule provided stability and certainty while moving us towards vital efficiency goals. Or you can take the sponsors of this amendment. They should just turn around and listen to the Republican chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee, my esteemed colleague from Washington State, who called the final rule encouraging. Or you can go to one of the sponsors, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, who just 2 weeks ago appeared at an event with the Secretary of Energy at Cleveland-Cliffs, again a manufacturer of grain-oriented electric steel, and celebrated the final rule and the jobs at Cleveland-Cliffs that the final rule will save. The press release from my colleague's office called the final rule on distribution transformers efficiency, quote, the right thing. And I couldn't agree more, Mr. Chairman. I'm just not sure what made my colleagues change their minds in the last 2 weeks. My point is, there is broad support behind this rule from all corners. And if Republicans really cared about the transformer shortages utilities across the nation are still suffering from, they'd work with us to provide the necessary funding for the President's invocation of the Defense Production Act for transformers, because that's something that, unlike this amendment, would really make a positive difference. I really don't understand why this amendment's being offered. It makes no sense. I urge opposition to the amendment, and at this time I would reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for his remarks. I'm not sure where he gathered that information, but it's totally false. But this is normal for here. The sole remaining domestic producer of grain or electric steel is in my hometown of Butler, Pennsylvania, and is represented by 1,300 union workers of UAW 3303, which my colleague has always referenced to. He should have been in Butler with me when almost 500 of them showed up to protest what was happening with the elimination of grain-oriented electric steel. Now, this rule threatens the long-term viability of the mill. The mill in Butler produces grain or electric steel for distribution transformers, and I brought a picture of it because most people don't know what we're talking about. If you're driving down the road and you see a telephone pole with this gray canister on it, that is a distribution transformer, and inside of it is a product called grain-oriented electric steel. That product, by the way, works at 98% efficiency. Now, the other side would like to replace it with something called amorphous steel, which, if you compare the two, one is actually steel. Grain-oriented electric steel is actually steel. Amorphous looks like tinfoil. So our product's 98% efficient. If you transfer it over to amorphous steel, you're looking at a load capacity of 80%, which is dangerous, while a traditional GOES transformer can run with 120% load capacity. Now, the market for these transformers is at an all-time high. Why in the world would we go away from something that is domestically produced in Butler, Pennsylvania, for a product that is not produced in America, cannot serve the needs that are there, cannot meet the market demands, for some type of a wrong-headed idea that, no, we must go with this new product? Fact versus fiction. This transformer with grain-oriented electric steel, domestic steel, produced in Butler, Pennsylvania by 1,300 union workers with another 7 times the jobs that have been in my hometown. The elimination of this product would eliminate that town. Have we not learned enough over the years that when we turn away from domestic produced product and rely on a foreign source for it, that somehow at the end, we don't have the product and the capacity that we need? Dumb-headed rule after dumb-headed rule in some type of a make-up fantasy world that somehow this is better. It's not better. It's not better. I reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Does the gentleman have any additional speakers?
I do not.
You do not. I'll close then. Let me just say, Mr. Speaker, again, this legislation, I should say the standards that have been established by the Department of Energy have broad support. The rule has broad support from all corners. And I just don't understand how my Republican colleagues can say all of a sudden now that they're opposed to it. So I ask my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman is recognized.
Could I inquire how much time we have?
Gentleman has 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. So here we are again at a situation where it's a he said, she said, or you said, I said. I would challenge anybody that has not been in a mill, to a mill, and actually watched the production of steel to sit in this floor and start to say, no, we have a better product because we say it is a better product. The distribution of electricity is critical in our homes, in our businesses, in our towns, across the nation. The last remaining producer, domestic producer of grain-oriented electric steel, which is in the product inside all of these transformers, is made in one mill, in one town, in America. Not from some strange place across the oceans that says we will provide you with this if we can. Why do we keep turning away from domestic production and thinking that somehow, someplace, somewhere, somebody else is going to provide it for us? Wrong-headed, though. It just makes absolutely no sense. And I would encourage you to please go in these mills, look at these canisters that are on the telephone poles, and understand that's how we push electricity from one point to the next. This isn't fantasy. This is truth of what's going on. Please vote for this rule. Take down the rule that's there right now and vote for this amendment. It's the only way we can save electricity in the transformer of electricity in America. Please vote for American product.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is...
Mr. Chairman, I would ask
What purpose does the gentleman wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I would ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring the recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, on this vote, the yeas are 208, the nays are 199. The amendment is adopted. There being no further amendment under the rule, the committee rises.
Back up here? Am I back up here?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 6192 and pursuant to House Resolution 1194. I report the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. I'm sorry.
Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration H.R. 6192 pursuant to House Resolution 1194. Reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, previous question is ordered in a separate vote demanded on another amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole. If not, the Chair will put them in gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. Question is on the engrossment third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Energy Policy and Conservation Act to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from prescribing any new or amended energy conservation standard for a product that is not technologically feasible and economically justified and for other purposes.
House come to order. House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
Clerk, report the motion.
Mrs. Fletcher of Texas moves to recommit the bill H.R. 6192 to the Committee on Energy and Commerce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Pin the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring yeas by the vote, nays will rise. Sufficient number having arisen. Yeas and nays are ordered. Member record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9, Rule 20, a 5-minute vote is on the motion to recommit. It will be followed by a 5-minute vote on the passage of H.R. 6192 if ordered, and then pass of House Joint Resolution 98 with the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding, and the motion to suspend the rules pass H.R. 7423. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 202, the nays are 206. The motion is not adopted. The question then is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed without objection. The motion.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on that I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having arisen. The yeas are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 195. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on whether the House, on reconsideration, will pass House Joint Resolution 98. Clerk will report the title.
House Joint Resolution 98, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the National Labor Relations Board relating to standards for determining joint employer status.
In accordance with the Constitution, the yeas and nays are ordered. It's a 5-minute vote. All members voted. Any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 190, two-thirds. All right, on this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 191, two-thirds not being in the affirmative. The veto of the president is sustained and the joint resolution is rejected. The veto and joint resolution are referred to the Committee on Education and Workforce. The clerk will notify the Senate of the House. The action of the House. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business on the vote of the motion by the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, to suspend the rules, pass H.R. 7423, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk report the title.
H.R. 7423, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 103 Benedette Street in Rayville, Louisiana, as the Luke Letlow Post Office Building.
Members record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 401, the nays are 0, 2 voting present. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from the state of Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to remove the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, as co-sponsor of H.R. 8182.
Without objection, so ordered. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered to be the first sponsor of H.R. 4128, the Payment Choice Act of 2023, a bill originally introduced by Representative Donald Payne, Jr. of New Jersey, for the purposes of adding sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thanks.
Good to go.
Let's hang for a second, actually. He's coming down. Yep. I think you can start with that one.
Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote of the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from the great state of New Jersey seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill S-870, the Fire Grants and Safety Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 870, a bill to amend the Federal Fire Prevention and Control Act of 1974 to authorize appropriations for the United States Fire Administration and firefighter assistance grants programs.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Kane, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from the great state of New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on S-870, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S-870, the Fire Grants and Safety Act. I'd like to thank my Senate Democratic colleague, Chairman Peters, for his leadership in advancing this legislation through the Senate. This bill incorporates language from H.R. 4090, the Fire Grants and Safety Act, a bill that I championed through the House Science Committee. It also includes the ADVANCE Act, legislation from the Energy and Commerce Committee and the Environment and Public Works Committee. And I would like to thank all of my colleagues for their work in making this a strong and comprehensive bill. Through bipartisan and bicameral collaboration, We have paved the way for advancing this bill in the House, and I anticipated smooth passage in the Senate. I was proud to lead the Fire Grants and Safety Act with my colleagues and original co-sponsors, the Congressional Fire Services Caucus co-chairs, Representatives Pascrell, Bost, Fitzpatrick, and Hoyer, Chairman Lucas, Ranking Member Lofgren, Subcommittee Chairman Collins, Subcommittee Ranking Member Stevens, and Representative Golden. I'd like to thank the many external stakeholders, including the local firefighters from the 7th Congressional District in New Jersey, for their critically important feedback as we develop this legislation. Firefighters and EMTs are frequently our first responders to danger. They are essential for keeping our communities safe. All across the country, firefighters and EMS personnel work through danger and uncertainty every day to protect their neighbors. As a former volunteer firefighter, I know the hardships and sacrifices that firefighters make daily to quickly respond to emergencies. So I am proud to lead the Fire Grants and Safety Act to ensure that our firefighters have the proper training and equipment to continue to protect our communities. The Fire Grants and Safety Act increases funding for the U.S. Fire Administration and reauthorizes 2 critical programs, the Assistance to Firefighters Grants and the Staffing Adequate Fire and Emergency Response Grant Program. AFG directly supports local firefighters by providing training, equipment, and even vehicles. The SAFER program provides training for local fire departments so that they are better able to respond to emergencies. Together, these programs ensure that we have capable, well-equipped fire departments to protect our communities. We must pass this legislation before the programs sunset at the end of this year. By advancing this multi-year reauthorization, we ensure the continuity and the stability of these programs, enabling the Fire Administration, AFG, and SAFER to continue equipping, training, and staffing our departments effectively. This bipartisan and bicameral piece of legislation demonstrates our firm commitment to the safety and the well-being of our firefighters, empowering them to overcome challenges and fulfill their mission of safeguarding our communities. I support the inclusion in this bill of the ADVANCE Act to ensure that America maintains its leadership in nuclear energy. To quote the Department of Energy's Office of Nuclear Energy, nuclear power is the most reliable source of energy, is not even close. By harnessing its unparalleled reliability, low carbon emissions, and capacity for large-scale power generation, nuclear energy fosters energy security, technological innovation, and a cleaner environment for future generations. By empowering the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to lead in the international forums for the development of regulations for advanced nuclear reactors, this bill strengthens America's position as a global leader in nuclear technology. By requiring the NRC to develop a streamlined licensing process and allowing their hiring of specialized staff, the bill facilitates innovation and the adoption of advanced nuclear technologies. This reform not only accelerates the pace of technological advancement, but also fosters a more adaptive regulatory environment, encourages investment, and fosters economic growth in the nuclear sector. Once again, I would like to thank House and Senate leadership, my Science Committee colleagues, Congressional Fire Service Caucus co-chairs, and numerous external stakeholders for their critical feedback as we work to draft this reauthorization. I encourage all of my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of the Fire Grants and Safety Act of 2023. This amended version inserts into the Senate bill the text we passed out of the Science Committee unanimously. This bill also includes the text of the ADVANCE Act, and I want to thank Representatives Pascrell and Kane and our Senate colleagues, Mr. Peters and Ms. Collins, for their leadership and cooperation on this important bill. In our changing climate, we are experiencing more frequent and severe wildfires, not just in the western United States, but across the United States. From Maui in Hawaii to Smokehouse Creek, Texas, we have witnessed the ferocity and destruction of wildfires. With more than a third of the population living within the wildland-urban interface, our communities are more at risk from fire than ever before. In addition to wildfires, there were more than 500,000 structure fires in 2022, including 360,000 home fires. Tragically, this resulted in 2,790 civilian and 18 firefighter deaths. We will always honor our firefighters' commitment and sacrifice. We trust our firefighters to fulfill their role professionally, including those occasions when it may mean risking their own lives. But that trust goes both ways, and they must have from Congress the support and resources they need to keep themselves and their communities safe. S-860 reauthorizes the U.S. Fire Administration and two very special programs, the Assistance to Firefighter Grants, AFG, and the Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response, SAFER grants. The U.S. Fire Administration helps fire and emergency medical services prepare for, prevent, mitigate, and respond to all hazards. The USFA also leads federal work on public safety, education, fire research, and fire service training. This legislation will authorize the agency and modernize the National Emergency Response Information System, which will mean needed improvements to data collection, usage, and analytics for decision makers at all levels of fire response. AFG and SAFER have been supporting local firefighters for 2 decades. AFG helps fire departments obtain crucial safety gear, including breathing apparatuses, equips firefighters with new technologies, and also supports research to improve protective gear. The SAFER program helps recruit and retain firefighters. 70% of U.S. firefighters are volunteers, and rural communities in particular rely primarily on volunteer firefighters. Studies have shown that increasing firefighter crew sizes drastically improves the likelihood of safety outcomes. This program is an effective and meaningful investment into the emergency preparedness of our communities. Recipients of AFG and SAFER awards are in all 50 states, Washington, D.C., the territories, and some tribes. We must ensure that these funds are getting into the hands of those who need them most. And so, this bill also calls on the GAO to identify any barriers that may prevent fire departments from accessing these crucial federal funds. This bill is vital to keeping our communities protected and to support our firefighters and EMS first responders. As for the ADVANCE Act provisions, this legislation is a continuation of the strong bipartisan support that Congress has shown towards the development and demonstration of advanced nuclear reactors. This bill would enhance the Nuclear Regulatory Commission's ability to safely and efficiently license next-generation nuclear technologies, all the while lowering the financial barriers for first-of-a-kind movers. The ADVANCE Act also includes a bill sponsored by our colleague, Congresswoman Trahan, that would support our emerging fusion industry. This is so important, by codifying the NRC's current fusion device guidelines into law. It's important that these guidelines that are not overly restrictive be placed into the law. This will provide much needed clarity and consistency for these emerging companies as they design and build the fusion reactors of the future, which we so desperately need to succeed. I urge support for this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, to speak on the bill.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, the gentleman, for the time. And I rise in support of Senate Bill H-70, which includes a bipartisan and bicameral nuclear energy package. I first want to thank my colleague, friend, and ranking member of the Energy, Climate, and Grid Security Subcommittee for leading this effort in the House along with me, Congresswoman Diana DeGette. I also want to thank the chair and ranking member of the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee, Chairman Carper, and ranking member Capito, for leading this effort in the Senate. Finally, I want to thank Chairwoman of Energy and Commerce Committee, Kathy McMorris Rogers, for making nuclear energy a policy priority in this Congress. Now, This package of nuclear bills is comprised of the work of many members of both the House and the Senate on both sides of the aisle. And I want to thank them for their work in advancing the peaceful use of nuclear energy here in the United States. The Advanced Act, which is a Senate bill, and the Atomic Energy Advancement Act, which is a House bill, will expand nuclear energy by modernizing the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and programs at the Department of Energy. The bill updates our regulatory framework to restore America's nuclear dominance and encourage innovation, while also maintaining the NRC's global gold standard of safety. Now more than ever, it's essential that America leads in the nuclear energy space. As we approach a nuclear renaissance here in the United States, a future which will see small modular reactors, microreactors, advanced fuel reactors, and reprocessing of commercial spent fuels. It's exciting times. When Congress first passed the Atomic Energy Act over 70 years ago, we ushered in the age for the peaceful use of the atom and cemented American nuclear leadership globally. Our adversaries like Russia and China are working to undercut our strength and seeking to dominate the nuclear markets and supply chains. A robust and growing nuclear industry is critical for reducing carbon emissions, providing reliable, affordable, and clean energy to the American people. This nuclear package will help bring America's nuclear promise back and secure, once again, the United States' position as a global nuclear leader. I thank you, and I urge my colleagues for support, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to recognize someone who has worked on these issues for so many years. In gratitude, I recognize Mr. Pascrell from New Jersey for 3 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Zoe. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of this legislation to reauthorize the assistance to firefighters grants, staffing for adequate fire and emergency response grants, and the United States Fire Administration. It is hard to imagine now, but 25 years ago, federal support for our fire services were nearly non-existent. Very little equity. But then, funding for firefighting was primarily the responsibility of the state and local governments. During budget shortfalls, fire departments were often the very first to get cut. And when a department needed equipment or personnel, they resorted to bake sales and pancake breakfast. Although there's nothing wrong with those, that's a heck of a way to bring responsibility of protecting the citizens to fore and happen. Working with local fire departments, national advocates, retirees, partners in Congress and the White House, we passed the Fire Act into law not after getting volunteers and career firefighters here to Washington to follow every congressman and get on their case. And that's what we did. So while we will take credit for this legislation, it's really the firefighters that did this. They came to Washington. It seems like a lifetime away. Career firefighters, fire chiefs, volunteers, everyone came together to make sure our fire groups were no longer the forgotten piece of the public safety equation. Our law delivered federal dollars to local departments for the very first time. And in 2003, we created the SAFER program so departments could meet their staffing needs. The success of these programs speaks for itself. Since its inception, AFG has delivered more than $9 billion to equip and train firefighters. When we were looking at this legislation out in the West, there are some departments that had to push the equipment to the fire. That's the case, and that existed over 25 years ago. I'm proud to say that the SAFER has awarded more than $5 billion. This has been called one of the most efficient programs. Thank you. I'm proud to say that SAFER awarded more than $5 billion to departments to hire, recruit, and retain firefighters. These grants are amongst the most effective in the entire federal budget. Our departments rely on this fire administration for the fire data collection, public safety education, and service training. Without reauthorization, these programs would all go kaput September the 30th. Thank you to my fire service co-chairs, Representatives Hoyer, Bost, Fitzpatrick, as well as the House co-sponsor, Congressman Kane from New Jersey. If you're joining us in our bipartisan quest, this is truly, Mr. Speaker, a bipartisan piece of legislation that worked. So I yield back and thank you for the time.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, to speak on the bill.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from New Jersey for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of Senate Bill 870, the Fire Grants and Safety Act. Included in this legislation is a bipartisan nuclear energy package, which I was very proud to work on the Energy and Commerce Committee. As I've said many times before, an all-in of the above strategy is critical to reclaiming American energy dominance. And nuclear, our nation's largest source of clean energy, has a pivotal role to play. In Georgia's 12th district, we're leading our nation's nuclear future at Plant Vogtle, with the first two new nuclear reactors built and in commercial operation in the United States in 3 decades. Just last week, I welcomed members of Congress and industry leaders to my district for a panel discussion on the benefits of nuclear energy expansion, followed by a visit to Plant Vogtle to see Units 3 and 4 officially up and running on the grid. This historic accomplishment is nothing short of remarkable, but make no mistake about it, it was a challenging process. Nuclear projects in the U.S. are often bogged down by burdensome licensing and permitting that result in unnecessary delays and increased costs. My bill, the Nuclear Licensing Efficiency Act, is included in the bipartisan nuclear package and provides efficient, timely, and predictable reviews of applications and proceedings for licenses of nuclear reactors. It allows information that was used in the licensing process for an existing nuclear reactor site to be used in further licensing and permitting at the site, and it establishes a time frame of once every 3 years to update performance metrics and milestone schedules to be as efficient as possible. By modernizing these processes, America can fully embrace the reliability of clean 24/7 nuclear energy as we have in Georgia. I urge a yes vote on Senate Bill 870, and with that, I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd now like to recognize a distinguished member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. DeGette, for 2 minutes.
The gentlelady from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to all of the members here today who have worked on this legislation. I rise in strong support of S. 870, legislation that includes the ADVANCE Act, which I co-lead with Energy Subcommittee Chairman Jeff Duncan, to modernize our nuclear energy policy and to maintain important safety provisions and environmental protections. Transitioning to clean energy needs to be an all-of-the-above approach that leverages every aspect of our energy production in the United States, including nuclear. Nuclear energy provides nearly 20% of the electricity in the United States. It's also our largest source of carbon-free energy, making up more than half our emissions-free electricity. We know that nuclear energy is not a silver bullet, but if we're going to get to 0% carbon emissions by 2050, it must be part of the equation. This bill helps ensure that our approach to nuclear energy is modernized, focusing on safety and environmental protections. I'm glad that my provisions to improve safety measures at nuclear energy facilities, recruit a highly trained and skilled workforce, and keep our nuclear regulations to date were included in the bill. These steps will help enhance our nuclear energy supply chain while protecting against failures that could negatively impact communities and the workforce. One of the provisions included in this legislation will strengthen the Nuclear Regulatory Commission's ability to attract and retain highly qualified and competent employees, ensuring the Commission is up to the challenge of licensing the advanced reactors that we anticipate will come in increasing numbers over the next decade. In 2022, the NRC reported it was 23% smaller than it was 6 years earlier, and a third of the Commission is currently eligible for retirement. We need to incentivize a strong nuclear energy workforce so we can ensure nuclear energy is safe and effective. This will be an important part of taking on the climate crisis. This bill is overwhelmingly bipartisan. It's supported by a variety of advocacy groups, and so I urge my colleague to support the bill, and I yield back.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from California reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to a distinguished member of the Science Committee that did so much work on this, the gentlelady from Michigan, Representative Stevens.
The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Ranking Member Lofgren. I am standing before you here today in support of this incredible bicameral, bipartisan bill, the Fire Grants and Safety Act, which I'm so pleased to be an original co-sponsor of. And I certainly want to recognize the incredible work of our junior senator from Michigan, Senator Gary Peters, for moving this bill forward for our consideration, and certainly recognizing Mr. Kaine, who is the lead sponsor on the Republican side of this critical bill, and frankly to senior members of this body who've joined in debate as well. This piece of legislation, as has been shared, just reauthorizes very critical elements of the U.S. State Fire Administration and its programs to support firefighters, life-saving EMS workers, to make them better protected. It's just really one of the best things that we can do in this chamber. Just last week, I was visited by Fire Chief Robert Jennison. He lives in my district in West Bloomfield, and he's a fire chief in Livonia community I used to represent. And he mentioned this bill and how important it is for his fire stations and for his activities. And so we should be really proud to be coming together in a bipartisan way to reauthorize our fire safety efforts here in the United States of America. We also have to be real with ourselves, because Over a 10-year period, fire-related deaths in this country rose by 33%. That has been unnecessary, and it has been an unnerving loss of life. And with the National Fire Protection Association estimating that once every 23 seconds, a fire department somewhere in our country responds to a fire emergency, we must do more to support our local heroes. And with that, I reserve.
Yield back.
Yield and reserve.
We do not have additional speakers. I don't know, Mr. Kane, if you do. If not, I would be happy to make my closing comments.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close once the gentlewoman from California does it.
Thank you very much. I would just
The
like
gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you. I would just like to celebrate the Science Committee, which always operates on a bipartisan basis, and once again, we have worked together on the provisions in this bill. And I want to highlight something that I just mentioned in passing, which is the fusion energy program. You know, for years and years, people say, well, fusion energy is always 50 years away. Well, that was before ignition was achieved at Lawrence Livermore National Lab, the National Ignition Facility, not once, not twice, but many times. We now have a private sector fusion industry that is charging ahead, making tremendous progress. And I've heard when I visit with them that their praise for the NRC's guidelines. This is not fission. It doesn't have the challenge of nuclear energy, and so it doesn't need the same kind of regulatory scheme. It needs to be sensible, streamlined, solid, and certain. And that's what those standards are. So putting them into law is going to help private industry rush forward, and I think all of us hope that they will be as successful as they plan to be within the next 5 years. This act will help that happen. With that, let me just ask all of the House to vote for this bill, and I would yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Recognize the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would again like to thank my House and my Senate colleagues and Chairman Peters for co-leading this important reauthorization. As I previously mentioned, this legislation is a strong commitment to the safety and the well-being of our first responders, empowering them to overcome challenges and fulfill their mission of safeguarding our communities. That will help make all Americans safer. The ADVANCE Act, as we've heard in this chamber, is also critically important to pass today. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this bipartisan and bicameral legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 870 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4143, the National Construction Safety Team Enhancement Act of 2024, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4143, a bill to amend the National Construction Safety Team Act to enable the National Institute of Standards and Technology to investigate structures other than buildings to inform the development of engineering standards, best practices, and building codes related to such structures and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Kane. and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I ask the unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and to extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 4143, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 4143, the National Construction Safety Team Enhancement Act of 2023, offered by the gentleman from California, Ranking Member Lofgren. The National Construction Safety Team, or NCST, is a program run by the National Institute of Standards and Technology to investigate major building disasters and failures so that we can develop better construction standards in the future. Following this investigation of the Twin Towers collapse after 9/11, they issued recommendations that have significantly impacted how we design and construct buildings, making them safer and more durable. Currently, NIST is investigating the 2021 collapse of the Surfside Towers in South Florida, which killed nearly 100 people. And while NIST does exceptional work in these investigations, their scope is limited to building failures. This bill will expand that authority to general infrastructure failures, which currently are not investigated in this way. This is a smart bill that will ensure that we can utilize NIST's unique expertise to better understand any failures in roads and bridges, dams, and other infrastructure, and most importantly, develop best practices and guidances so that we can avert future tragedies. This legislation builds off the authorities NIST received after 9/11 to conduct technical investigations of building failures and ensures these efforts do not impede upon criminal or other law enforcement investigations. I want to thank Ranking Member Lofgren for introducing this bill along with Chairman Lucas. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I rise today in support of my bill, the National Construction Safety Team Enhancement Act of 2024. You know, last year there was massive flooding along California's central coast, which left communities really across the state vulnerable. In my district, the Paro River levees failed, forced over 1,500 people to evacuate, and put thousands of homes at risk. Many of them were flooded. In May of 2023, I joined Representative Panetta, Senator Padilla, and the late Senator Feinstein in asking the Army Corps of Engineers to provide emergency assistance to help with the levee. And last August, the Biden-Harris administration heeded our call to action and committed $20 million to repair the levee and address erosion on the left bank of the Paro River. That has now been concluded, and these communities have been protected, at least with the emergency repairs. But as with this small rural community in my own district, the climate crisis continues to put massive strains on aging infrastructure across the United States. Now, while recovery and reconstruction efforts continue, we have to do more to understand the causes of destructive and life-threatening events, just like the Pajaro River levee failure, to make sure it doesn't happen again. Unfortunately, there's no agency currently authorized
reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to yield 2 minutes to my colleague on the Science Committee, the gentlelady, Ms. Stevens.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you yet again to Ranking Member Lofgren, and particularly in light of her remarkable leadership in crafting and introducing this bill. I join both my colleagues to shine a light on the deep and critical importance of H.R. 4143, the National Construction Safety Team Enhancement Act. We all know that NIST is the little engine that could within our federal government, doing so much with little resources, showing the true benefit of where and how we invest taxpayer dollars for the greater implications of society and safety. And yet we know that the National Construction Safety Team within NIST is modeled after the National Transportation Safety Team, and both expert operations that get dispatched to the site of major building disasters to investigate the cause and identify preventative solutions. However, the existing authority only extends to buildings and leaves out major swaths of our built environment, as the ranking member mentioned, like bridges and levees, that just frankly leaves our nation vulnerable. And so this legislation will expand the safety team's existing authority to better investigate those failures of infrastructure and structures other than buildings. This really couldn't come at a more important time. I know this is deeply critical to residents in Michigan, and we want to be in a place where we are creating resilient structures and recognizing some of the damaging impacts of climate change and rising sea levels. That's the extreme weather environment we're in. So thank you again to our ranking member. Thank you to all on the Science Committee. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this bill and eager to see it get passed in the House of Representatives, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentlelady from California reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close once the gentlewoman from California does.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I am proud of this bill. If we make this the law, America will be safer. Full stop. I'm happy that we were able to do it on a bipartisan basis, and I'm looking forward to quick action in the Senate. I want to thank, again, the chairman of the committee, Mr. Lucas, for his collaboration on this and so many other things. I urge passage, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from California yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a common sense, practical policy that supports science and innovation to improve people's lives. I encourage my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation to ensure that NIST can utilize its unique expertise to conduct these technical investigations on major failures to our infrastructure. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4143? Those in favor say aye. As amended. As amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. It's the opinion of the chair that two-thirds being...
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking the vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
Now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
remarks as necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great sorrow that I rise today to pay tribute to a peacemaker of California's 27th Congressional District who was taken from us too soon. On April 20th of this year, Los Angeles County Sheriff Deputy Alfredo Freddy Flores tragically passed away at the age of 51 after suffering injuries during a training exercise last October. He's survived by his wife Maggie, his children Nathaniel, Kayla, Victoria, and Adrian. And while our community is grieving this tragic loss, we were also blessed by his extraordinary life and the security blanket that he provided us on a daily basis. He lived a life of service to his family, the community, and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and Deputy Flores dedicated 22 years of his life to the safety, security, and prosperity of our nation. Mr. Speaker, there is no greater form of love than being willing to sacrifice your own life in defense of others. While he is with the Lord now, Deputy Flores' legacy lives on with everyone who knew him and his family, and he looks down upon us with great pride today. I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to recognize someone whose service has been instrumental in the lives of constituents in Arizona's 8th Congressional District, Tyler Maston. Tyler's service to the 8th District began in August 2022 as a constituent services representative in my Surprise, Arizona district office. During his tenure, Tyler was expertly navigating casework for over 300 constituents who had encountered difficulties with various federal agencies. As a result of his efforts, he directly saved constituents over $547,000. This is an incredible achievement that made a huge difference in the lives of constituents and their families. Tyler also displayed leadership abilities by managing both the Congressional App Challenge and the Congressional Art Competition, and has been an invaluable member of my district team. I would like to thank Tyler for his leadership and service to our district. His dedication and determination were critical to the success of our constituent services programs and improved the lives of those in the 8th Congressional District. Thank you, Tyler, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize National Sock Out Cancer Day, which will take place on June 2nd. Cancer affects millions of families from all walks of life, and sock out cancer reminds us that we are all alike in facing this formidable foe. The Sock Out Cancer organization has captured this message by selling pairs of multicolored socks, which symbolize over 25 different forms of cancer. With the proceeds, the organization has helped survivors and families pay for food, transportation, and housing so that they can focus their energy on healing and recovery. Mr. Speaker, Sock Out Cancer has become a beacon of hope for those facing the fight of their lives. And I ask my colleagues in this House to join me in recognizing this June 2nd as National Sock Out Cancer Day. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. We're going to do something this evening. Unless you want to sort of geek out a bit, I'm not sure you want to hang out for watching this, so maybe there's something good on Netflix. I want to walk through a couple financial debt concepts I tried sharing last week just to help people sort of get their heads around something. And then we're going to actually just go through a couple top lines on the Social Security actuary report. Now, I got to admit, I haven't finished it. We've only just gone some of the very top lines. It's going to take me a week or two to work out all the math, but we want to make sure, because some of the headlines I believe were misleading on just still how difficult these numbers are. And then we're going to go through sort of understanding the scale of the problem. Then we're going to do a little bit of talking about optimism. And we're going to do some discussion about AI, artificial intelligence in government, and some of the bills we've actually already introduced. Thank you, you're very kind, just one. We've already introduced to disrupt the cost of this government. You know, you keep hearing sort of nasty, horrible, the world's coming into the end, and I'm going to argue that if we would get AI right, we can make a difference in government. So let's first walk through the first concept. How many of you remember a little while back, I think it was S&P, or was it Moody's? Maybe Moody's, downgraded U.S. debt. We've had 2 downgrades. Of the 3 large rating agencies, we've been downgraded twice. Now, I know every member of Congress and all of our staff read every word of it. But if you actually read it, there's an entire report about why they would downgrade U.S. debt. Now, it was more of a downgrade of future horizon. One of the number 1 reasons on that downgrade was governance. Now, the fact of the matter is the debt picture's off the charts. I'm going to show one here where I think we've now had our 4th day in the last couple of weeks where we went over $100,000 a second borrowing. But do you screw with your bankers? Because this is my passion, trying to convince our brothers and sisters here in Congress, you got to act like an adult. Have fights here. Actually know your math. Bend the cost to government. But don't do stupid things and then turn around. Because this week, understand, this week I believe the Treasury is going to market for like $125 billion. Our interest rates are actually slightly down this week compared to last week. But the fact those interest rates bounce up and down this much lets you know sort of how nervous the debt markets are. Remember, 2 weeks ago, lots of the fancy financial markets were writing stories about U.S. debt is getting harder to sell. This week, it looks like it's easier to sell. That fragility, and I know that's a big word, but it's the only one I have for this. Don't play a game here. We will pay $1.2 trillion in interest this year. Interest of the United States in this fiscal year will be the 2nd biggest expense in government. Social Security will be $1.45 trillion. Interest will be $1.2 trillion. Medicare, almost $1 trillion. Defense, $960, $980. Think of that. Defense is now the 4th biggest expense in government, no longer the 1st or 2nd. And part of that concept is, this one's a little more for those folks that like to think of themselves as sort of monetary policy folks. Think about what the Federal Reserve has been trying to do. They've been raising interest rates. They've been pulling liquidity. They've been holding back on buying bonds, doing just the opposite, letting their portfolio roll off. They're trying to pull liquidity out of society to squeeze inflation out. But this place has actually made that much harder to do. Besides the craziness of how much we spent in the Inflation Reduction Act, singularly the most Orwellian named piece of legislation in modern history, you do realize, and I was in the cloakroom a moment ago trying to do this math sort of off the top of my head. I think it's like $2.8 billion a day that we pay in interest. That we pay in interest. The U.S. government pays to bondholders every day. So here's what you have. We're borrowing about $8.5 billion a day. We're paying out $2.8 billion a day in interest. The question is government borrowing really good for productivity in this society? Does government borrowing actually make us a wealthier society, a more prosperous society? Now, look, some borrowing is historic. You're going to do that. But the scale we're consuming, we are consuming much of the world's liquidity, not just the United States. The United States and China are the 2 big economies right now binging on debt. Europe actually has dialed back its debt. Remember, I did the presentation last week. I think there were 13 countries that had better credit ratings than the United States. Greece today has a better credit rating than the United States. Their 10-year bond is cheaper, lower in interest costs than the U.S. And much of that risk premium is governance. It's the belief saying, oh, the United States is going to use its tools to bend inflation. The United States is going to do the things necessary to actually lower its debt and borrowing. Are we? Because you see the conversations we have around here. Most of the time, these microphones are full of people coming up with new programs and new ways to spend money. So understand, I had two concepts I just walked you through. They're a little highbrow. First is you need to actually have a government that convinces the bond markets that we're serious, we respect our creditors. I mean, let's be honest. You borrow a bunch of money, you don't go in to your creditor and make a clown of yourself. And we need to do the same. And the second half is understand the economic mess we're doing. It's more than just the borrowing. It's the fact that you've pulled capital out of the markets that would have gone to more productive uses, and at the same time, then we're paying interest. Now we're paying interest that in some ways is higher than people who said, why would I take a risk premium and invest in something, a new plant, a new equipment, a new widget maker, those sorts of things, when I can get 5% on a 2-year, I'm going to do that. The scale of our debt is creating economic distortion. And it's just a concept we need to understand that also in some ways, Congress, and this always drives people who believe it's Fed and liquidity, but in many ways, Congress, because of our borrowing, has actually created this liquidity cycle where we borrow and then we're pumping out interest. We borrow it and then we're giving you almost a premium on the interest rate and we're paying you out. It's a real problem. And in many ways, we've made the Federal Reserve's job even more difficult, squeezing inflation out. And almost no one has actually spent time on that. There's a couple good academic articles if you want to geek out. All right. We use this chart over and over and over because we're trying to help people understand. Do you see the blue? The blue is what we get to vote on. You do understand every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed, and part of this. So interest, this number is wrong now. Interest, if you do a gross interest, is 1.2. Publicly borrowed interest is probably, it may be somewhere near that, $890, $900 billion. But this is interest, this is Social Security, this is Medicare, this is Medicaid, this is other mandatory programs. These are earned benefits. You worked your 40 quarters, you get your maximum Social Security. You worked so much, you get Medicare. But I need you also to be willing to hear some very difficult math of how Medicare is actually financed to understand its impact on the debt and deficits. There are other benefits out there that are in the formula. You get because we have a treaty obligation with you for some of our Native American populations. You fall below a certain income. You get certain subsidies, those sorts of things. Those are also considered mandatory programs. But the point here is the vast majority of U.S. spending, your member of Congress never, ever, ever gets to vote on. And we need to change that. We need to start telling the truth that we're hemorrhaging cash. And at these interest rates, you've got to understand what we're doing to your retirement and your kids' futures. So let's actually walk through. I just do this board. You can actually go to my website and sign up. There's a little thing there you sign up for. Give us your phone number. We'll send you a text message every single day called the Daily Debt. We've been doing this for several months now. You get a little text that says, here's what we borrowed today. Here's what the gross borrowing is. We do the last 365 days, or this year 366 days because of leap year. And over here, we do the fiscal year. when you look here at the total gross, now remember, that's borrowing from the trust funds as well as publicly issued. We've now gone 4 days in the last couple of weeks where we went over $100,000 a second. A second. And for anyone there that has a relative who doesn't believe the debt's a big deal, sign them up. Send us their phone number. We'll send them a text message every day, and they can start to understand the scale of how much this U.S. economy now is in debt. Remember, think about that. If the U.S. economy is about 28, 29 trillion, and we're going to borrow this year, publicly borrow, not total borrowing, publicly borrow maybe 2.7, 2.8 trillion. You're functionally borrowing what, 9% of the entire economy? That's remarkable. I'm hoping I'm wrong. CBO thought we'd only be about 5.4%. But if you look at our current burn rate, the concept, and why that's important. Remember, I've come here and done the presentation of the left's version of, let's tax people over 400,000. You do it and you say, okay, there's this concept of tax maximization where I can tax your income to a certain point, but the next percent of tax on you, it rolls over. You actually say, screw it, I'm not going to work as much. It's basically a concept based off sort of the Laffer curve concept. But you can get the same thing in capital gains. How much of capital gains today is just inflation? It's not actually appreciation of your asset, it's inflation changes of your asset. Estate taxes, your pass-throughs, all those things. And the math came out to about 1.5, 1.6% of GDP you could get by taxing those, tax maximizing everything for those over $400,000. Play this math with me. If it's 1.5% of the economy, and you have a year, so far this year, we're borrowing over 9% of the economy. Does that give you an idea? And those of us who want to cut spending, you know, if you're not allowed to touch defense, and if you're not allowed to touch any of that mandatory I just showed you, you have the non-defense discretionary spending, that, what was it? Let's call it $900 billion. Can you get 1% of GDP? 1.5? Yeah, you could cut all sorts of programs. Remember, the Bloomberg economists a year ago put out a report saying if you took $100 billion out of non-defense discretionary, you actually lower GDP about 0.5%. So everyone who says, we're going to cut and we're going to pretend the economy is going to grow at this rate, that's not how the math works. Now, in the long run, you have more capital stock, those things. But in the short run, you actually lower GDP with these cuts. You just got to deal with it. It's the reality of economics and math. So one of the things I wanted to go through is very few people here have ever paid much attention to Medicare and how we finance it. And where does the money come from? You had the president behind that podium that made it sound like, we're never going to touch Medicare, or you're not allowed to talk about Social Security, and we're going to actually raise these taxes for Medicare. Okay, you got to understand, you see this red area there? Think of that as Medicare Part A. That's the trust fund. That's when you pay your payroll tax, a little slice of that goes to this right here. That's the trust fund that bounces up and down. So one day it's 6 years away from running out. Now it's 2035 because of some changes and good employment in the economy. But it's really sensitive. This blue here, most folks don't understand. The majority here, the biggest single slice of the pie of Medicare comes right out of the general fund. So when we talk about healthcare costs going up, they're already up over 7% this year. Excuse me, 10% this year. Tax receipts are up 7%, but Medicare costs are up 10%. That's a huge hit on the general fund. And over here, you see this, that's actually premiums, and then here's some actual state transfers and those things, some of the dual eligibles and some of those things. But you have a lot of folks who run around here somehow thinking Medicare is financed off the FICA tax, the payroll tax. And it's not. It's about 1/3 of the spending. And why that's important is the actual report that came out yesterday actually was okay on Medicare. We gained a few years, but the reason, if you really dig into it, it's these minute changes and I believe unrealistically optimistic numbers that healthcare costs are going to stabilize, even though this year Medicare costs are up 10%. So I don't know how they justified those two numbers. Guess what I'm going to do the next week or two? We're going to read every line and try to figure out what they were saying in here. Welcome to my life. But when you see this Part A here, now we're doing it in blue, that's actually part of your payroll tax. The Part B and Part D, those are substantially coming out of the general fund. So it turns out Medicare is, the biggest single, other than interest, is the biggest spend out of the general fund. Because Social Security, until the trust fund's gone, does not have a general fund aspect. Social Security is self-financed right now. It's payroll tax and trust fund. But that's why so many of us are freaked out that is it 8 years, 9 years? Is it now 2035 or 2034? And we're going to get to that because I need you to understand they played a little game where they combined the Disability Trust Fund number and the Old Age Survivor Fund number. So the Old Age Survivor was still at 2033, but then you roll in disability actually because so many people are able to work in the new economy. Its number was better, so they combined the two, and that's where you really got some of the added time on the trust fund. Yay! All right, now let's go to the place that gets a lot of people really cranky. But we're going to tell you the truth. Need to process this because you've had people in the political class, the media class, the fraud information class that comes through these things, tell you stories about Social Security and Medicare that just mathematically aren't true. So let's get ready for the truth. And this is based on an average couple, not an individual, average couple. And this number is updated. So look, the average couple in a lifetime, this is an average in America based on, I think we're actually basing this on a 2023 number. Average couple will pay in $783,000 in their lifetime in Social Security taxes. It's amazing. And how many people will you hear say, but they stole my money? No, actually, it turns out that average couple gets every dime of that back. Benefits they'll receive will be about $831,000. So $70-some thousand spiff. Okay. Crap rate of return. You got to understand, George Bush wrote 20-some years ago when they talked about taking just a tiny slice of your money and allowing you to control it and put it into other types of accounts, you would have had stunning more money. The left beat the crap out of Republicans over that. They're trying to privatize. That wasn't the deal. We can look back now. You got lied to. You got played for fools. But we got what we want. So the average American actually gets every dime back of their Social Security plus a little spiff. Horrible rate of return, but you get it all back. That isn't where the crisis is. What crushes the future federal debt and deficit is the Medicare portion. That same average couple in that lifetime will pay in $214,000 into that Medicare Part A trust fund. Now remember, I already showed you the majority of Medicare doesn't actually come from the trust fund. It covers about 35% of spending. The rest comes in from your premiums, from the general fund, from some state transfers, other things. So that average couple is going to pay $214,000 in taxes into Medicare. They're going to get $635,000 in benefits. That difference there is the number one driver of U.S. debt. Political class, it's so dangerous to tell you the truth because it makes our core voters cranky. It's not your fault. We as a society, we made a deal with all of us. These are earned benefits. You made a deal. You worked your 40 quarters for Social Security. You worked your time. You paid your taxes. You got 65. That was the societal deal. But what this place didn't do is think about the cost of health care. We were so terrified to force, to incentivize, to require, to encourage, to prod innovation, disruptions in cost. So we committed a fraud here, and this fraud has gone on here for decades. We tell you, Obamacare, we're doing something on healthcare. Obamacare was a finance bill. It's who had to pay taxes and who got subsidized. Our Republican bill. It was better, it fixed part of the actuarial curve problem, but it was still a finance bill. It's who had to pay and who got subsidized. See the difference? And Medicare for All is a financing bill because we don't talk about what healthcare actually costs. And that's what we're going to end on, is how we could just, I'm going to give you some of the basic ideas of what we could do, the morality of disrupting the cost of healthcare. But this is uncomfortable because I've done this at public meetings and I get booed by my friends because a lot of people don't want to be told every dime of U.S. borrowing from today through the next 30 years, every dime, that's according to CBO and a bunch of the outside groups, every dime, interest, Medicare, and if in let's use the actuary, 2035, it's actually just the very beginning of 2035, and one economic bump, it comes back down to 2033. Instead of the 25% cut you're heading towards getting in Social Security, if that gets paid out of the general fund, those three things are calculated to be 100% of the borrowing. And here is the 2024 CBO long-term debt report that I know every member of Congress here read, every line. When I started doing this presentation a few years ago, the long-term debt was $116 trillion. Remember, I just told you it's interest and healthcare. And then if we backfill Social Security, now it's $141 trillion. So as of March, when CBO did their long-term number, it's no longer $116 trillion, it's $141. And if these interest rates stick around, which our economists say they're going to, because we're still not at the historic norm. How many members of Congress have gotten in front of you and told you the truth that 100% of borrowing from today through the next 30 years, the growth of it, the growth, interest, healthcare, if we backfill Social Security in 10 years, and now it's $141 trillion. There's a way to make this work. Are you willing to adopt technology? And some of it's incredibly simple stuff. I'm going to do a slight non sequitur here, but I've done it over time because it's so easy to understand. We calculate, and there's multiple studies saying this, 16% of all U.S. healthcare is people that get sick or have a stroke or heart attack or these things because they didn't stay on. Someone like me, can you imagine me with someone who drinks 7-8 cups of coffee a day? I have hypertension. And as long as I take my calcium inhibitor, I'm not likely to have a stroke. If you are diabetic, if you follow your regime, you should be fine. 16% of U.S. healthcare is people that don't follow their regimen. That's $600 billion this year in healthcare costs. You care about U.S. debt? Think about something crazy. You could actually just do a pill bottle that beeps at the cap for 99 cents, beeps at you, say, hey, did you take your statin? Did you take your hypertension medicine? 99 cents. And you'd be amazed, this place, I've had that piece of legislation for years around here. I could no more get a hearing here because, well, that's creative. Maybe the outside world likes having sick people because they make money off them. And that's incredibly cynical for me to say it. But how much revolutionary pieces of legislation do you see coming through here that are simple, easy to understand, and make huge differences in the cost of healthcare? No, David, a pill bottle cap that beeps at me that might save us $100 billion. Well, we can't do that. Why the hell not? It's almost immoral. And look, I've done this before trying to show you that over the next couple decades, it's actually Medicare starts to consume approaching 7% of the entire economy, just that. You start to add in Social Security, that's going 5.9%. And you start to understand when you're starting to look at numbers of 13, 14% of the entire economy is just those two programs. You're probably not going to change Social Security. That's an earned benefit. But you could change the cost of health care by introducing technology disruptions to other business models if this place was willing to be just somewhat creative, maybe read some of the journals out there. And we're going to talk about some of those disruptions that are coming. Should I make you actually understand that in 2034, the deficits, how much is the reason I have this chart is I'm trying to help folks understand how far we missed. If you and I go back a year ago, at one point we were saying, hey, we're going to have about a $1.3 trillion borrowing. And then it went up saying, oh, it might be 1.6. How do we get expected deficits where we're missing numbers this much? And understanding the economic effects of what it actually does to economic growth. When the smart people we keep turning to over the administration, even our own CBO, are missing these numbers by 100%. You know, when a year or two later, the debt numbers double. Does that let you understand something? If the economy is decent. Now, you don't also what happened, a week ago Friday? We went from this, hey, we're running at a 2.8, 2.9% GDP. Oh, sorry, we were wrong. First quarter was only 1.7. There's something wrong in our data collection. And I don't know if it's the continued impacts of inflation making your life feel much heavier, much more stressed. But this stuff, it doesn't have to be terrifying. There are ways to attack it if you're willing to read, willing to be part of action. So let's say this chart's been around forever and it just keeps getting uglier every time it gets updated, but trying to help you understand current baseline debt and then with some of the policy changes and the higher interest rates, just the baseline debt. Now remember, we're running substantially higher than this year. But long-term baseline, they're saying, hey, you're going to start being just the borrowing. Will be 5, 6, 7% of the entire economy. And long run, debt, if you go the 30-year window, debt starts to approach 32% of entire GDP. Now, do you think the bond markets are ever going to let us get anywhere near that? So you tell me, where in this line here do we blow up? And it's not a crash. What it is you got to turn on the printing presses. You start to inflate your way out. All your savings gets devalued. Remember, okay, a concept, I've done 2 or 3 presentations on this here. What's the biggest tax hike in modern history? You're living it. Understand, you are living it. The last 3 years of the Biden administration, the higher inflation. So in my district, unless you right now make about 24% more today than you did the day the president took office. You got to understand, during that time, if you're not making about 24%, you are poor if you live in the Phoenix, Scottsdale area. If you're not making the 24%, you have the right to be cranky. Because that was a transfer of your wealth to the U.S. debt. Because we lowered the value of your purchasing power, but we now pay it back. We pay back the U.S. debt because the United States is the largest debtor in the world. We now pay it back with inflated dollars. It's a tax. Whether you understand it or not, inflation is a tax. Welcome to the biggest tax in modern history, and you just lived it. And have you wondered ever why so many of our brothers and sisters on the left despise it when we talk about inflation? Because it worked for them. It turns out when you have that inflation, the size of the debt as a percentage of GDP sort of flatlines a bit until the new higher interest rates come slamming into you. And that's where we're at now. So look, let's do some optimistic stuff, or semi-optimistic. I want us to think about how disruptive we can be if we actually read and if we think. So I think my staff who made this one got a little carried away. But you do realize, I think we just had the 8th OMB report that's saying the Pentagon is unauditable. They cannot audit it. Okay, so do you really know your inventory? Do we know how many assets we have? Turns out we can't audit them. So why not do something crazy? How about this idea of, turns out we have multiple companies now that have designed artificial intelligence AI audit crawlers that crawl through every asset list, every inventory list, every bookkeeping entry, everything. You could actually audit the Pentagon. You just have to now use technology, not a building full of people. Okay? We have this as a piece of legislation. If it works, you could then unleash this type of technology on the fraudsters in Medicare, the durable medical equipment fraudsters, the billing fraudsters. How about all up and down government to find the waste and fraud? The technology can do it because we and our army of auditors can't seem to do it. Shocking, can you believe I can't get a hearing on this? AI audited the Pentagon. You would think this would be a no-brainer. But this place is terrified of the very technology that can save us. So let's actually walk through a couple other ideas. How about if I came to you and said we could fast-track a drug, a vaccine, and for anyone that's actually watching and curious, I want you right now to grab your favorite search engine on your phone and look up a fentanyl vaccine. There's also one for cocaine, a cocaine vaccine. Turns out it's in trials right now where they figured out how to block the receptor. The cocaine one's because it's not a synthetic, it's actually a protein. I think the vaccine actually attaches to the protein. What is the morality in a society when you're approaching 100,000 of our brothers and sisters who die every year of a synthetic opioid? What happens when law enforcement pulls over someone coming out of southern Arizona and they have fentanyl tablets or powder shoved in their glove box, and that law enforcement officer is exposed to it and is having to slam Narcan into his system? I'm told in the Phoenix area, we have one dead homeless person a day, almost always from fentanyl. Why isn't this moral? Why isn't the morality of, if they're really heading towards this technology, let's fast track it. Let's do an X Prize. Let's find some way to get it in our community and try it. Maybe it doesn't work. There's all sorts of other ethical, moral applications to, does someone have to be in their right mind? Do they have to have sobered up to be able to make the decision to take something that keeps them from being able to have receptors for the synthetic opioid? But embrace these things. How many more people have to die? You think I'm ever going to get a hearing on this? These are moral. They're also great for the economy. How many people could come back into society, into the labor force, actually mitigate their addiction? These are moral, and they're also great economics. So let's actually walk through some of the other things going on that are wonderful. But we have to figure out here, are we going to do things to help finance it because it doesn't work right now? Today, the very first patient here in actually DC began the process of having their sickle cell cured. Now, it's a rigorous process, but it's a cure of one of the most expensive diseases in this country. I once again argue, my team argues, the morality is in the cure, and also it's great economics. When you have a population that suffers a painful, painful disease, and there's a path to cure them now, because this has been FDA approved, and it's going into the first patient right now, outside the trials. Let's actually walk through this. Right now there's a revolution happening in really smart labs all over America, where they're using AI to design the next generation of drugs. There's a great story for last week, I think it was Wired Magazine if you want to geek out, saying that AI produced a small molecule drug that no one had ever thought of. And at least on the computer simulator, it has amazing efficacy. Why wouldn't we promote, why wouldn't we work with the FDA that's saying we have the ability to do the data sets much faster, bring these things to market faster, cure people faster? Or is a 1930s, 1940s FDA model what we're still going to stand behind? A cancer vaccine, particularly one we've already had the conversation for one on melanoma. This one is for brain cancer. Is actually going into trials. How do we help these things come to market faster? Because it's moral. It also saves boatloads of cash. I showed you healthcare costs are our primary driver. Do you do what the troglodytes around here say? Well, we'll just cut reimbursements. You can stand and sit in the waiting line longer. Or do this, cure people. Look, we have about a half a dozen AI bills just for healthcare. The concept of bringing technology faster, using AI to find fraudsters, using AI for back office. So you're a doctor's office or medical clinic using AI saying, hey, look, if it's called AI clean claims. Instead of going through the rigmarole, boom, you just match up the insurance companies or the Medicare's or the rules, and if they match, boom, it's paid. You just cut the staffing. Yes, it does remove some people. It also removes a hell of a lot of costs. I talked to you about using AI to audit the Pentagon. The fact of the matter is, this is the MedPAC report from 3 weeks ago. And I know every member of Congress read it. But there's one thing in here, when you go through it, that explodes at you. And that basically says, sorry, it's falling apart, we've been using it so much. That basically says, into this decade, Medicare will be about 23% of every corporate tax dollar and personal tax dollar we collect. That's from 13% to 23%. And that's coming in just a few more years. There's this term called a black swan. That's when something sneaks up on you, blows you up, and you weren't expecting it. This is called a white swan. You know it's coming for you, and you choose to do nothing about it. I know I come behind this microphone every week, and I'm almost mentally exhausted because is anyone listening? There are solutions. Our problem is the clock is ticking. The on-ramp to bring those solutions to market to actually have an effect on our debt and borrowing and economic growth. I think we only have 3, 4, 5 more years. But you've got to deal with the real numbers. When this place borrows $8.5 billion a day, and we will lose our minds over things that mathematically are rounding errors, when we've done things in this body that have made the bond markets nervous, when a single basis point, so 1% of interest has 100 basis points. A single basis point just this year costs us about $800 million. And I've watched us say, I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to curse on the floor. I've watched us have debates where we say absolutely insane things, and you can almost watch parts of the market saying, nope, I think U.S. debt just got riskier because these people aren't serious about economic growth and stability. Mr. Speaker, there's ways to make this work. Is anyone listening? With that, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
I appreciate the Speaker, and as usual, I appreciate my friend from Arizona who is, if nothing else, dogged in his determination and consistent in making clear to the American people the problem that we face in our overall spending, including mandatory, and specifically mandatory as we refer to it, this broad basket of things that we have committed to do that is consuming our budget ever more every single year. And it's an important point, and one that we don't discuss enough as a body on what we should do about it. And the gentleman's point is precisely correct about the nature of the problem, the seriousness of the problem. I mean, when we're sitting here right now and we're roughly, I'm going to use ballpark numbers, bringing in $4 trillion of revenue, but we are spending about $6 trillion. We are then sitting at, and pushing 7. He's right. It depends on what we're talking about in terms of the accounting. But basically what you're saying is you are printing money to fund effectively all of our discretionary budget and then some. What I mean by that is you're printing money to fund defense, you're printing money to fund the operations of government, the Department of Justice, you're printing money to fund the Department of Homeland Security, all of the things that you touch and feel and see, because the $4 trillion is going to fund Medicare, Social Security, food stamps, some veterans benefits that are mandatory, plus interest. There you are. You've used up all of your revenue. But the problem is nobody in this town wants to do anything about it. My Democratic colleagues will hide behind, you must increase taxes. My Republican colleagues will do nothing to actually limit spending in any meaningful way. They'll just talk about ultimately needing to deal with mandatory spending one day and not do anything to deal with the spending issues now. Now, where I depart from my friend from Arizona, respectfully, who's no longer on the floor, but where I depart is I want to, maybe not depart, where I want to be more clear is the questions when we have debates on the floor of the House about spending items in what we call discretionary. That is the stuff that we can touch, the accounts, the Department of Defense, some of these issues. My issue with that is less about mounting debt, although it's a part of it. It's that you're funding the demise of our prosperity. You're funding the bureaucrats who are at war with us. You're funding that which is undermining our ability to create economic growth and live freely to get out from under that financial morass. In other words, you're not going to really address the debt problem by saving $5 billion on some small item. But what you are going to do is you're going to stop the interference for the American people. Let me give you some examples. If you're a hardworking American out there and have a family of 4 and you're a plumber in San Marcos, Texas, which I represent part of, and you're just trying to go about doing your job. You need a pickup truck, you need to put all your stuff in it, you need to be able to drive around. We're making that pickup truck impossible to afford. We're making it literally impossible to afford. We're putting all of these requirements and demands in the vehicles. We're now going to make it where you got to have electric vehicles with tailpipe rules and mandating it as they pile up on lots, and they're getting more expensive. You want to go get your windshield replaced? It's like $1,500 now instead it used to be $200 or $300. Why? Because it's got all sorts of mandates and requirements and gadgets in the windshields. Now they're going to mandate the vehicles have automatic braking. Like every time you do that, you make this stuff more expensive. The market should bear that out. The market should sort that out. If you want a vehicle that has automatic braking, great, pay for it. But the vast majority of Americans would say, no, I can't afford that. I just want a simple car. But we're killing the ability of the average family to afford life. And it matters. This is the problem. What we have become in the House of Representatives, what we have become is the house of perpetuating corporate cronyism and the enrichment of a handful of folks at the expense of hardworking American families. And then I'll have some of my colleagues who will throw out these random statements like, we should read the philosophers of the conservatives of the past, who were the traditionalists who are rational in what they believe in limited government, not the radical populists of today. I think that misses the entire point. It is not populist to believe we should stop spending money we don't have, driving up inflation, driving down the value of the dollar, and putting a tax on the hardworking American family. It's not populist to say that we shouldn't regulate our entire lives out of existence with expensive vehicles and all sorts of demands on what you can and can't do, which makes things more expensive, or all of the green climate agenda that is empowering China, undermining our ability to have affordable energy. That's not populism. It's not populism to say that maybe, just maybe, if you're going to send $95 billion overseas to fund war, maybe you should have to pay for that. That's not populist, it's rational. You can question the war. You could say that we should be focusing on America first, securing our borders first. Maybe you could say that's populist. I think it's rational. It's sovereignty. The founders, and importantly, the conservative thought leaders of the 20th century, like Russell Kirk, believed that you actually do have to have institutions, yes, but you believe in sovereignty. You believe in the rule of law, right? You believe that there are supposed to be limits to what you do in, feeding your appetite. But what are our limits? I'm sitting here in an empty chamber, but my friend who's serving as the speaker at the moment, what are our limits? What limits are we placing on this place? So to my friends who voted for, in continuing wars around the world, $95 billion, who paid for it? Your grandkids, your kids, you paid for it by printing money. We did not pay for it. We printed money to give it away. Same thing with the first $113 billion for Ukraine. Same thing for virtually everything we're doing. And I ask my colleagues, I've had some supporters, particularly ones of financial means, who have called and said, Chip, why could you abandon the people of Ukraine? We must stop Putin. I say, great. Are you interested in having a 70% marginal tax rate next year to pay for it? Crickets on the other end of the phone. We've lost perspective on what we're supposed to do here responsibly in this chamber. That's the truth. And while we sit here, and while we move a few bills across the floor, and while we've just passed a massive foreign aid package, unpaid for, that funds both sides of the war in Israel, gives $9 billion used by Hamas, used to have refugees, the Palestinian refugees moving to the United States, funding both sides of that conflict, while we fund Ukraine, where we have no clear mission, no evidence that we can produce enough ammo fast enough to be able to help them when they're getting outshelled no matter what, and they're running out of men. Okay, even if you accept that all of that might result in some improvement, we're funding all of that. We just voted on all of that. We just voted on an anti-Semitism resolution, which codifies thought speech, so we can pat ourselves on the back and say, look at what we did. Look what we did. People feel good about it. But you didn't do a damn thing, and in fact, you made things worse because you just empowered the federal government to go after thought speech. So we do all of that. Right after, what did we do? Passed a massive omnibus spending bill, $1.7 trillion in 2 omnibus packages. Funded a $200 million for a new FBI headquarters, an FBI which is out of control. We do all those things. What is happening in the meantime? What is happening right now? What is happening right now is our borders are wide open. The people in Texas are still feeling it every single day. We're dealing with the reality of roughly 1,000 to 1,600 people a day, 1,000 to 1,600 people a day being paroled into the United States. What that means is, nobody out there in the real world knows what that means. It means that there's a provision in the law, supposedly there for a case-by-case basis to help a few people. The Biden administration is blatantly, unlawfully, illegally using that provision to expand it and dump literally 1,000 to 1,600 people a day. We believe 400,000 over the last year, according to the reports that we have, being dumped into the United States under what is called parole. And guess what? How did Laken Riley's killer get into the United States? Parole. There have been dozens of examples of individuals who are paroled into the United States under the Biden administration's policies who have gone on to kill, assault, and harm and undermine the security of Americans. Think about that. That's what's happening right now, allegedly on our watch. And the fact is, we could have done something about it. A year ago this Saturday, Republicans passed what we call H.R. 2, which is the bill number for border security. It was a strong bill that would have closed the ability of the Biden administration to abuse parole. It would have closed their ability to abuse asylum. It would have ended the abuse of the unaccompanied alien children to use them as essentially a hall pass to get into the United States. It would have fundamentally ended the Biden administration's abuse of law to dump people into the United States to the tune of something like 4.5 million people who have been released into the United States under the Biden administration. We did that. Republicans did that, and we did that after conservatives worked hard to work with the Speaker to force this body of Republicans to walk away from the amnesty-driven, Chamber of Commerce-driven failure of the last 2 decades and pass a strong border security measure. That bill is sitting over in the Senate, where Senate Democrats refuse to move it, while they hide behind a sham piece of legislation which would not secure the border of the United States so they can try to blame Republicans in an election year. But what Republicans have failed to do is use the leverage of the power of purse to force our Democratic colleagues in the Senate and the Biden administration to come to the table and deal with the border crisis, despite the rhetoric of our own leadership saying that we would do that. We have fully funded the government at debt increasing levels, busting the caps that were put into law, and we're funding the government that is abusing our borders and dumping people into the United States unlawfully, paying off student loans unlawfully to the tune of $700 billion to $1.4 trillion, while we rack up now $34.5 trillion of debt, barreling towards $35 trillion every 3 months, more interest than we pay on the national defense, almost $1 trillion of interest, barreling towards $2 to $3 trillion of interest, all while our retirees are growing, demands on Medicare are growing, cost prices of health care are going up. That's all happening right now in real time, and what are we doing about it? And this is a question that I want to ask my Republican colleagues. If the American people look at our Democratic colleagues and say, man, that's insanity. We can't do that. That's crazy stuff. They want to have all sorts of woke policies and DEI, and they want to let criminals out, and they want wide open borders, and they want to keep spending gobs of money. They want to undermine our Western civilization, our way of life. Go down every issue. They say, man, that's crazy. I don't want that. So they say, well, we got to turn to Republicans, so let's vote for Republicans. Let's say that happens. Let's say we're fortunate enough for that to happen with large enough numbers that we have the majority of the House, the majority of the Senate, and the White House. What are we going to do? I will bet you a significant amount that you will hear excuses out of this chamber by Republicans in January with a newly minted majority here in the Senate and in the White House. They will say the following: Chip, we don't have 60 votes in the Senate. What you want can't be done. Chip, we have divisions in our own caucus, our own Republican majority. We can't pass everything you want to pass and then get it through the Senate and send it to the president. So we're going to have to send over this compromise. It's been happening for decades. The reason our borders are wide open, it didn't just materialize one day that Joe Biden just woke up and decided to open them up. It's been decades in the making with support from Republicans because they were too much in the pocket of Chamber of Commerce. And they were sitting down on the Rio Grande with a no trespassing sign, and then over here with a sign saying, wink, wink, help wanted. Come on in. We don't care about the border. That was happening. I know because I saw it. I saw it as a Texan. I saw it as an American. I saw it as a staffer on the Senate Judiciary Committee. As a chief of staff to Ted Cruz. I saw the amnesty bills. I saw the desire to have cheap labor at the expense of sovereignty. But let's talk for a minute about that cheap labor. I keep hearing from all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, frankly, how important it is for us to continue to have a flow of people across our border, legal or illegal, because, quote, we need the workers. Have you looked at what's happening to jobs? The jobs for Americans, American-born workers, post-COVID is flat or down. The actual engagement in the workforce, flat or down. Yes, there's growth from migrants to try to catch up on the number, but what we are doing is we're paying people not to work. We're paying kids to sit in their room, basement, whatever, playing Fortnite. Kids, they're in their 20s. We have low workforce participation from American citizens and workers while we try to then bring people in who, by the way, then use the social welfare state, who then have massive demands on the education system. How do I know that? I live in Texas. I see the schools. I see the roles. Tomorrow in the Budget Committee, we're going to have a hearing on the cost, the impact of illegal immigration. Kinney County, Texas, just a little bit southwest of San Antonio, which I represent. We're going to have a witness here tomorrow from Kinney County walking us through roughly these numbers. The crime that they were dealing with in 2021, pre-Biden, was about 140-something crimes a year that they had to deal with. They're now at 15,000. Now, that's a lot of criminal trespass that the Operation Lone Star and the State Department of Public Safety are trying to work to manage, but that's what they're dealing with. That's what they're dealing with in their court systems. And I can sit here and walk you through. We'll have a hearing tomorrow. I won't do it here. Walk you through the impact on the schools, the hospitals, all of the social services. And anybody who does a legitimate analysis of all of those costs compared to the taxes, sales taxes, which so many of my colleagues hang their hat on and say, this is causing economic activity and they're paying taxes. And yes, there is some of that. But we have created the welfare state, which Milton Friedman famously said, I'm all for open borders if you get rid of the welfare state. Now that's pre-9/11, so let's say you have security. You vet everybody, you know who's coming here, do they want to harm us? There's hardworking people, they want to achieve the American dream. If you have a zero welfare state, I'd say come on. I don't care where you're from, I don't care what you look like, come on. Because if you're coming to America and you're making your way, and you're going to work hard, then you're going to follow our values and our principles, regardless of your background, regardless of your religion, because you're going to believe in the rule of law. You're going to believe in economic prosperity. You're going to believe in free enterprise and capitalism. You're most likely going to believe in God and everything that made this country great because you're coming here seeking the American dream. But we are turning the American dream upside down. We are destroying that which migrants come to this country to achieve when they come here to believe in this country, believe in the rule of law, because that's what the American dream is built around. And we're completely destroying it. That's the truth. And it's happening right now while we sit here and fiddle while America burns. I'm going to say it over and over and over again until at least my Republican colleagues who try to pretend to give a crap about the border actually do something about it. How many campaign ads, how many speeches are going to be given by my Republican colleagues between now and November about what they will do to secure the border? And what are they doing right now? Shrugging. Sorry, can't do anything. It's Biden. What are we going to do? How many more Americans are going to die while we shrug? Well, thank God the founders didn't shrug. Thank God the men at Lexington and Concord didn't just shrug and say, oh, well, I guess there's a tyrant. Thank God the boys at Normandy didn't shrug and say, why the hell are we across the ocean and we got to go take out this crazy guy Hitler? Thank God they did it. Thank God the boys of the Alamo didn't shrug. But we're shrugging it off. We're pretending it's not happening. I mean, is anybody paying attention to what's happening in London? I'm going to say it here on the floor of the House and get the scorn of people when I say, you've got a massive Muslim takeover of the United Kingdom going on right before our eyes. They would say, Chip, well, what is wrong with that? Well, I've got some pretty strong concerns about Sharia law and whether that'll be forced upon the American people. In this case, the people of the United Kingdom. I've got pretty strong concerns about people who want to see Israel's destruction, who were happy about October 7th, who were elected in the United Kingdom. Some might say that we've seen that here in the United States. What are we going to do about that? We have 51.5 million people who are foreign born in the United States. They have about 20 to 25 million kids. That puts that well over 20-some% of our population. It's the highest such number in the history of our country. People say, well, isn't that great? Is it? Are we teaching people about Western civilization? Are we teaching people about the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the rule of law? Are we teaching them Western values? Are we teaching them God exists? Are we teaching them the importance of freedom? Or are we teaching an entire generation or two or three to run around complaining about what's wrong and why the entire world is against them because of their skin color, their sex, their supposed gender identity, whatever the hell category we create to make people have an excuse for not just stepping up and achieving the American dream? But that's what we're doing. Our borders are wide open. People go, well, it's bad. I mean, it's bad, Chip. What do you do about it? Stop it. Like, actually stop it. But we literally just gave away every ounce of leverage we have. Why? To fund Ukraine. Unpaid for. With no clear mission. We said, who cares about America's border? Sorry, Chip, we couldn't get it done. So I got to go back to the people of Texas and say, well, sorry, we'll get them next time. Look, nobody I know, conservative, moderate, Democrat, nobody comes here expecting to get everything you want. It is a body of representatives. It's the worst form of government except for all the others. I get it. But I'm sick and tired of watching this play out the same way every single time. The American people get screwed and get left holding the bag. That's the truth. Every single hardworking family across this country right now who can't afford groceries, can't afford electricity, can't afford to buy a car, can't send their kid to a school that they can believe will teach them the right thing, teach them God exists, teach them their country's great, even just teach them that there's man and woman. No, none of that. We're funding this radical climate agenda that's destroying our ability to have energy. Right now, you're not going to have an internal combustion engine in 10 years because these radical nuts are killing your ability to do it, and Republicans are sitting back and shrugging. Patting ourselves on the back for increasing mining for rare earth minerals in Minnesota or around this country, rather than fully opening up American oil and gas, building American nuclear power. It's absurd. It's ridiculous. The average American right now is wondering whether or not they can actually achieve the American dream. And I want to know whether my colleagues in this chamber, Democrat or Republican, would come to the microphone and give a rip-roaring speech right now about why every American should believe they're going to be able to achieve the American dream. Because I will tell you right now, unless we lead, unless we take this moment to reverse the direction we're headed, change trajectory, massively shift the direction of our country, then our kids and our grandkids will not be able to achieve the American dream. They won't. He'll chip, well, how does that sell? Because what I'm selling is a duty to fight. What I'm selling is a duty to go fight to make sure those American kids and grandkids can achieve the American dream, to fight for sovereignty, to fight for citizenship, to introduce legislation to demand that citizens only vote, to stand up and fight for the opportunity to go carry out your life because you can afford to do it because you've gotten rid of all of the regulations that are constraining the hardworking American. Go get rid of the corporate cronyism, enriching the insurance companies, enriching all of the big corporations across this country, and hospitals and pharma, and strip it away. Get rid of the middlemen and empower doctors and patients and get all that crap out of the way so people can actually go get health care. Do that. Cut the government bureaucracy. Get rid of the bureaucrats. Get rid of the DEI. Get rid of the critical race theory. Go to war with the bureaucrats, metaphorically, to stop destroying the American dream. Don't just sit here and come here and give speeches about some basketball team that won the national championship. Go home and say, look at me. I gave a speech about the basketball championship. Who cares? Their parents can't afford to live. We have a duty in the people's house to do something. The iceberg is right in front of us. My friend, Mr. Schweikert, just explained it. We are massively upside down. We are bleeding out of every pore of our body in terms of money and debt. Our borders are wide open. We are increasingly unchurched. Our schools are indoctrinating our kids. Our universities are indoctrination camps. They're essentially daycares for elitists. And we just forgave their debts, student loans. Every hardworking American out there deserves a representative that represents them. Democrat or Republican, conservative, moderate, liberal. Why are you here? What's the point? Why get elected? Why get an election certificate? The point is to stand up in defense of the rule of law and the Constitution. If you say you believe in limited government, limit it. If you say you believe in cutting spending, cut it. If you say you believe in securing the border, secure it. If you say you believe in a peace through strength, then stop sending our military and our money in endless conflict and instead build a strong military here, sparingly used, make sure our men and women have the care when they get home, and send a message around the world that when we use force, it'll be used quickly and massively. This is what the people I represent want. They don't want any more of these feel-good bills because some organization declares a week. Happens all the time. Teacher week, got to do a teacher bill. Cop week, got to do a cop bill. None of that is going to make this country freer or stronger or more secure. We took an oath to the Constitution. I don't want any more excuses about, well, Chip, this only offends the Commerce Clause a little bit. This one's better than that other version. Stop doing it. Go the other direction. Stop selling watered down Democrat light and go inspire the American people with something better so that the kids of this generation can get their lives out of these phones and get their lives out of the despair of wondering whether they're going to be able to have the American dream, and give them hope that if they go out and they work hard and they save money, they're going to be able to get a house, have a family, they're going to get health care because they worked hard and they were able to do it. That's why migrants come here. Stop paying people not to work. Stop the endless nonsense and drivel that comes out of this body in the name of doing something. And instead, stand up and fight for the American people. Don't give lip service on June 6th because it's the 80th anniversary about what those boys did when they walked into a wall of bullets. Stand up and do a fraction of what they did by having the nerve to vote no on something, even though somebody might tweet something mean about it. I yield back.
Thank you. The Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a resolution that I am introducing in this House and that I hope will receive prompt passage and bipartisan support. The resolution reads as follows. Whereas in recent weeks, tent encampments have spread at universities across the country. These encampments are illegal and in violation of university policies. They have become rife with anti-Semitic threats and acts of violence, harassment, and other disruptive behavior. Some universities have responded by even-handedly enforcing the law and clearing the encampments. They have emphasized the right of students to protest and express their opinions in innumerable ways while making it clear that acts in violation of the law or university rules will not be tolerated. Other universities have decided to ignore the law and ignore their own policies, allowing encampments and other illegal activity associated with them to grow unchecked for weeks. Encampments have made demands of universities, such as divesting from companies tied to Israel, cutting ties with Hillel campus programs, and ending study abroad programs to Israel. Some of these universities have even negotiated with those in the encampments and agreed to their demands around changes in university policy, including Northwestern University, UC Riverside, Brown, Rutgers, Johns Hopkins, and the University of Minnesota. Still others have canceled classes, moved to online meetings, or canceled graduation ceremonies, and that includes Columbia, UCLA, UC San Diego, and Emory University. These encampments and the criminal behavior connected to them, such as threats or acts of violence, blocking or occupying buildings, genuine harassment, or other disruptive behavior, are not protected by the First Amendment. To the contrary, they disrupt the operation of the university and the academic freedom and speech rights of other students. Free speech on campus means universities should encourage free and open expression in speech, writing, listening, challenging, and learning, while never shielding students from ideas the university disagrees with or limiting expression on the basis of content. It does not mean universities should tolerate the promotion of violence, the destruction of property, the obstruction of students' freedom of movement, harassment, vandalism, or other unlawful acts. Resolved, the House finds canceling classes and commencement in response to unlawful encampments is unacceptable and unfair to the majority of students. The House condemns any negotiation where a university changes its policy in response to the demands of those engaged in unlawful activity on campus. The House condemns any concessions made by universities based on demands from those participating in unlawful encampments, including ending study abroad programs to Israel, cutting ties with Hillel, and divesting from companies associated with Israel. The House calls on universities across the country to work with local law enforcement to immediately clear tent encampments from university property and restore safe learning environments on their campuses, and further resolves that non-compliant student, faculty, or staff be subject to appropriate consequences. Mr. Speaker, I am hopeful that we can come together and pass this resolution and it can set the right tone for universities across the country. Because by this point, it is clear as day that the wrong approach is to allow illegal encampments to exist on campus and then to keep growing, and growing, as we've seen at UCLA, at USC, at Columbia. That only makes the problem more unmanageable. It only causes things to spiral out of control. The universities that have taken the right approach have said you as a student are fully protected under the First Amendment to express yourself on any topic with any opinion you'd like in countless different ways. You are free to do that on our campus. But what you are not free to do is to set up structures on campus to impede other students, to engage in threats or acts of violence, and other unlawful disruptive conduct that we've been seeing on these campuses. So I'm hoping that this resolution will point in the right direction those universities who have been approaching this problem in the wrong way to the detriment of their students. Now, perhaps the only thing more disgraceful than these illegal pro-Hamas encampments is the way that these universities have catered to them. But perhaps even more disgraceful than that is the way that some politicians have. The way that some political leaders have remained silent or have refused to condemn things that are so morally clear, have equivocated on the clearest of moral questions. Well, President Biden did come out and make a strong statement today. Up to this point, his response has been manifestly inadequate. The governor of my state, Governor Newsom in California, has had next to nothing to say about it, even though some of the worst situations are on California campuses. And just today, the Secretary of Education, Miguel Cardona, testified before our committee, the Education and the Workforce Committee. Now, Mr. Cardona came into this hearing with a troubling record. For example, he recently refused to say whether chants of "From the River to the Sea" are anti-Semitic. Now, at today's hearing, I asked him some basic questions. I asked him if he would condemn the illegal tent encampments on university campuses. Secretary Cardona refused to do so. I asked him if he would condemn faculty members who interfere with the attempts of law enforcement to clear out these encampments and enforce the law. Secretary Cardona refused to condemn them. I asked him if he would condemn calls to divest from Israel. Secretary Cardona refused to do so. Perhaps most incredibly, I asked the Secretary several times, Secretary Cardona, will you condemn calls for universities to cut ties with Hillel, as, for example, the organization Students for Justice in Palestine recently did at UC Santa Cruz. I asked him again and again, Secretary Cardona, will you condemn calls to cut ties with Hillel? And Secretary Cardona refused to do so. Why is this so hard? Hillel is a center for Jewish community and campus life on campuses all across the country. And Secretary Cardona is unwilling to condemn those who say universities should cut ties with these organizations. Secretary Cardona is unwilling to condemn these overtly anti-Semitic statements. So given what the president said today, if we are to take seriously his statements condemning what is happening on our university campuses, we need to ask the question whether we can take that commitment seriously so long as Miguel Cardona remains his Secretary of Education. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this administration's proposal to cut funding for the charter school program. This is an incredibly important program for many charter schools across the country in allowing them to start up and offer an option to students in communities across the United States. Now, prior to this year, this administration's support for charter schools has been tepid at best. Funding for the charter school program has remained flat, as funding for various other parts of the education budget have increased substantially. And yet this year, the administration went a step further. Its proposed budget for the Department of Education proposes a $40 million cut to the charter school program, from $440 million to $400 million. Now, Secretary Cardona was asked about this at today's hearing. And he explained, well, the Fiscal Responsibility Act requires us to make budget cuts, and so he decided to go after charter schools. Mr. Speaker, that makes no sense whatsoever. The department is asking for a significant increase in its budget this year. A $3.7 billion increase so that its overall discretionary budget is $82.5 billion. So they're asking for a $3.7 billion funding increase while cutting funding for the charter school program by $40 million. Mr. Speaker, I am in strong opposition to these cuts, and I hope that this House will push back on them in a bipartisan manner. Because the reality is that charter schools across the country have made tremendous progress in closing achievement gaps and expanding the options that are available to parents. In fact, a recent study out of Stanford validated the work that charter schools have done, the results that they have gotten in closing achievement gaps that have persisted in other parts of our public education system. The reality is that there are far too many communities in this country, particularly in my state of California, where schools simply are not getting the job done, where the neighborhood school that young people, that kids are assigned to, does not teach them to read in the way that it should, does not teach them math in the way that it should, leaving them ill-prepared for success in life. But in many of these communities, you've had charters like KIPP Academy, many others, that have started up, that have done things differently, that have had high expectations, and that have made significant gains, that have gotten kids reading above grade level, outperforming their peers in other schools in math, and putting them on a path to future opportunity and success in life. But that is exactly what this proposal from this administration is going to cut funding for. It should also be noted that even in communities that have good public schools, like in my district, we have a number of truly outstanding traditional public schools, charter schools are still of value. We have a number of terrific charter schools as well. And they might be right for some families, but not for others. But that's the entire point, is that not every student is the same, not every family is the same, and allowing a variety of options, some of which might have different focuses or a different approach to pedagogy, or might offer immersion education or a focus on career technical education. This empowers parents to make the choice that is right for their child and their family. So I find it completely unacceptable that this administration is withdrawing support for charter schools. I also find it unacceptable that my state of California has taken a number of steps in recent years to make it more difficult to start up, to operate, to renew charter schools. And what we need to do is look to the success that many charters have had to draw lessons that we can then use to improve public education across this country so that every child in America has access to a quality education as they deserve. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to a forthcoming increase in the gas tax in California. It almost defies belief, but California's gas tax is about to increase yet again, reaching 60 cents per gallon. Now, the state already has the highest gas tax in the country and by far the highest gas prices. As of today, Californians pay $1.70 more per gallon for gas than the national average and 53 cents more per gallon than the next closest state. I'll say that again, we pay 53 cents more per gallon than the state with the second highest gas prices. Even if you were actually to eliminate the entire gas tax in California, 60 cents per gallon, we would still have the second highest gas prices in the entire country. So I am calling on Governor Newsom and the legislature to act to make sure that this gas tax increase does not go into effect. Californians are already suffering under inflation and the price of groceries and the price of electricity as well, which is second highest of any state in the country. The last thing they need is another increase to the gas tax. So I am calling on state lawmakers to stop this gas tax increase, and as a matter of fact, what they should really do is suspend the gas tax entirely. It wouldn't bring prices down to a reasonable level, but would provide folks throughout our state with relief that they very much need. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to now recognize a few outstanding individuals and organizations within my district. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize retiring Sergeant Major Douglas Power for his distinguished service with the United States Marine Corps. Most recently, as the Government and External Affairs Officer for the Marine Corps Mountain Warfare Training Center in Bridgeport, California. Doug entered the Marine Corps Reserve in August of 1980 and went on to graduate from boot camp and transfer to active duty in 1985. After first transferring overseas in 1987, his deployments to various locations, including Korea, Kuwait, and Iraq, underscored his commitment to defending our country. Throughout his more than 3 decades of military service, Sergeant Major Power displayed an unwavering dedication to service and leadership. Deservingly, he was awarded multiple decorations and medals, demonstrating the legacy of honor and sacrifice that he established. He retired from military service in 2012, at which time he began his new career as the Government and External Affairs Officer at the Training Center. After 12 years of faithful dedication to civic service and community engagement, he retired from that role on April 30th of this year, 2024. I am proud to represent outstanding service members like Sergeant Major Power in Congress. I thank him for his service to our district and our country. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize Sergeant Major Douglas Power for his heroic and invaluable service to our country and community, and wish him the best in his retirement. Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize retiring County Counsel Stacy Simon for her 25 years of service to Mono County. Stacy has served the people of Mono County for more than 2 decades, most recently as County Counsel, and never wavered from her goal of making the county a better place. Throughout Stacy's tenure, she not only skillfully handled the routine business of the county, but also guided Mono through various complex problems and challenges, including the uncertainties of COVID-19. Additionally, she played an instrumental role in many local projects, most notably the construction of the Lee Vining Community Center and preschool program, the county's solid waste franchise system, implementation of HIPAA housing developments, and much more. Looks like we had an issue with our graphics, so I think I'm going to start over, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize retiring County Counsel Stacy Simon for her 25 years of service to Mono County. Stacy has served the people of Mono County for more than 2 decades, most recently as County Counsel, and never wavered from her goal of making the county a better place. Throughout Stacy's tenure, she not only skillfully handled the routine business of the county, but also guided the county through various complex problems and challenges, including the uncertainties of COVID-19. Additionally, she played an instrumental role in many local projects, most notably the construction of the Lee Vining Community Center and preschool program, the county's solid waste franchise system, implementation of HIPAA, housing developments, and much more. No matter the obstacle, Stacy has been a model of positive leadership as she's helped the county weather every crisis, hardship, or transition it faced. Stacy is known for her incredible depth of knowledge, curiosity, and tenacity, as well as for demonstrating the utmost care and concern for her clients and county staff. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize Stacey Simon for the dedicated leadership and years of service she provided to the people of Mono County, and I proudly join Mono County in wishing her the very best in her retirement. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment to recognize the Alpine Watershed Group for receiving the 2022 Forest Service Volunteers Program Citizen Stewardship and Partnerships Award. The Alpine Watershed Group is a community-based nonprofit organization in my district that is dedicated to conducting essential water quality monitoring, habitat restoration, and education programs throughout Alpine County. Over the span of more than 2 decades, the Alpine Watershed Group has been an instrumental partner to the Humboldt-Toyobe National Forest and the United States Forest Service. In 2022 alone, the Alpine Watershed Group planned and recruited for multiple volunteer events in the forest, including large watershed and forest restoration projects, trash and roadside cleanups, tree planting, and watershed monitoring. Due to the help of their volunteers at the annual Creek Day event, 72 bags of trash were removed, amounting to more than 500 pounds. 25 bags of invasive weeds were removed, 102 willow stakes were installed, 600 feet of fence in Hope Valley were removed, and a beaver dam analog in Faith Valley was constructed. In addition to these efforts, the group provides continual outreach and environmental education programs that support the United States Forest Service's mission to care for the land and serve the people. Their devoted efforts have made an indelible impact on our national forests, local watersheds, and on the Alpine County community. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize the Alpine Watershed Group for this outstanding accomplishment and commend them for their significant contributions and dedication to promoting the sustainability of our nation's natural resources. And now, Mr. Speaker, I wish to mark and celebrate the 50-year anniversary of the Soroptimist International of Loomis Basin Club. Over the span of 5 decades, they have made a significant contribution in the Loomis community and Sacramento region by investing in the development of women of all ages and fostering a passion to make both our local and international communities a better place. The Loomis chapter of Soroptimist International was founded in 1974 with the mission to provide women and girls with the access to education and training they need to achieve economic empowerment. In addition to hosting and participating in many local events, they provide scholarships and grants for women to improve their economic status while honing valuable skills to further their education and help with employment opportunities. Their dedicated efforts have made a meaningful difference in the lives of women and girls, and it is an honor to represent exemplary organizations like the Soroptimist International of Loomis Basin here in Congress. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize the Loomis Basin Soroptimists and their 50 years of dedication to the women of our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, okay. We're going to go ahead and recognize Sergeant Douglas Power again, so we have the appropriate accompanying graphic. Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize retiring Sergeant Major Douglas Power for his distinguished service to the United States Marine Corps. Most recently, as the Government and External Affairs Officer for the Marine Corps Mountain Warfare Training Center in Bridgeport, California. Doug entered the Marine Corps Reserve in August of 1980 and went on to graduate from boot camp and transfer to active duty in 1985. After first transferring overseas in 1987, his deployments to various locations, including Korea, Kuwait, and Iraq, underscored his commitment to defending our country. Throughout his more than 3 decades of military service, Sergeant Major Power displayed an unwavering dedication to service and leadership. Deservingly, he was awarded multiple decorations and medals, demonstrating the legacy of honor and sacrifice he established. He retired from military service in 2012, at which time he began his new career as the Government and External Affairs Officer at the Training Center. After 12 years of faithful dedication to civic service and community engagement, he retired from that role on April 30th of this year, 2024. I am proud to represent outstanding service members like Sergeant Major Power here in Congress. And on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, it is my honor to recognize him for his distinguished service to our community and our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Would the gentleman care to make a motion to adjourn?
Mr. Speaker, yes, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is now on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.